Bitches.
Hello, bitches. And by bitches, I mean hi Mao, hi Jargon. You've been waiting for? Eh? Yo! Hello, motherfucker. Hi, Luna. How is everybody doing today? I'm feeling very sleepy, I'm gonna be honest. Very sleepy. However, feeling much better today. What's poppin'? Don't mind me, just watching. Thank you. Is the music too loud? I don't know. Because I'm sleepy. Brain no worky, yeah. I just wanna make a pasta. Quick pasta before I start stream. Because I didn't have a chance to... Do you know what I need to do? I need to make posts on HoYoLab. I have so many fucking Genshin Impact cosplays that I could post on HoYoLab. Will that make me a Genshin Impact content creator then? HoYoverse, please notice me. I don't know how that works, but I remember Lulu told me there's ways to get like primos if you post on Insta, but I never figured out how to do it. Because the whole content creator thing for Genshin seems like that it exists, but they don't explain the rules. I'm just like, what do I need to do? It's a very confusing situation, to be honest. I'm starting in a moment. Sorry, I know I'm a little bit late. But I think I can just post this bitch. Also, Facebook posting, because it crops for Insta and Facebook, it's like, no, it needs to be this ratio actually. And I'm just like, bro, give me a break, man. Just let me post to my shit. God damn. Okay. I think she's done though. Cool. Yeah, I posted on Insta, Facebook, Twitters, the usual posts, because I didn't have a chance to actually schedule yesterday and today. So I just manually did it today and completely forgot about yesterday. Hi, Rusty. I hope you're doing well, friend. Alright, nerds. We're doing Genshins today, yeah? Ah, thank you, Rusty. Thank you for the lurkies. Nani? I dropped my captions. Fuck it, why not? Rusty!
Rust IP Lover screamed. 100 biddies. Here you go.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for picking up them dropped biddies. I appreciate it, friend. Thank you, thank you. Yeah, fuck it. What am I doing? I'm just sitting here like... I think we can schmoot the musics. We can schmoot the musics now. Thanks for the lurkies, friend. Because we have Genshin sounds now. I am incredibly sleepy. I don't know if I already said that. My brain is... I was gonna say not open. But I guess, yeah. My brain is not open today. Business is closed. We had 4 hours of load shedding today that I wasn't expecting. For some reason, I don't know if it's because the schedule changed or something, but I was expecting 12 until 2. And then it was 12 until 4. Because like the power flickered on for like a second at like just after 2. And I was like, oh, okay, power's coming back. And then it just didn't come back for 2 hours. And I was like, what the fuck's going on? That should fuck with my brain. And so I just laid in bed watching... what is that show called? Oh, fuck, it's some stupid cartoon. Big Mouth? Very stupid cartoon. Yeah, I just laid in bed and watched that. Because, like, I did like, a bunch of housework in the morning. And then, because there's no power, I couldn't do anything else. So I was like, well, fuck. So, I did nothing else. Also, my Farazan is now Friendship 4. And she's level 5. Which is crazy because my, what's her name? Dory. Dory never got that far. Poor Dory. Also, for cookie runners, did you guys see that, what's his name? Got a... Fuck, is it Licorice? I think Licorice Cookie got a fucking candy. Bro, what? Huh? The confusion is real. Aruna! Hello, hello! How are you doing? Man, my brain today well and truly feels like a puddle of, you know, like jelly when you don't let it, or not like American jelly, like the dessert jelly, when you don't let it set properly and it's still like liquidy. Yeah, that's what my brain is currently. I'm just doing my best, trying to keep my eyeballs open. You're surviving? Relatable as fuck. Oh man. Yeah, this time of the year, people are fucking tired. All kinds of shit's going on. And the amount of power cuts that I'm experiencing in my country is just like, I don't know. Making life in general just very difficult. I can't do anything ever because the power's always out. God damn. Are you also surviving today, Jargon? When are you off, by the way? When does everyone go on holiday? You work at GameStop now? Oh my god. How many kids do you see every day trying to buy games that they really shouldn't be playing? Because I feel like it's got to be a high number, right? I'll be honest. When I was in school, or like when I was a kid, I mean, same thing really. But I never looked at the fucking age restrictions on games. But it's something I think about now that I'm older. I'm just like, man, kids are playing all kinds of shit they shouldn't be playing. This game hates you. 50 pulls so far, no Ito. So, I don't know if you know how the banners work, Frag, but we have what we call pity. So, like, it's almost like the game feels bad for you. They're like, oh, shame, poor baby, you didn't get this character. That's kind of how it works. And, so, there's soft pity and hard pity. I don't remember where hard pity starts. Or is hard pity 90? Because I feel like anything from, like, 84 has to be hard pity. Like, imagine getting something after 80, 84. That's gotta be rough, man. Hard is 90. So medium pity. Medium pity, anything after 84. But, yeah, basically, you have to get to 90. Well, no one ever gets to 90 as far as I know. But, like, soft 70. Isn't it 70? Why did I think it was 74? No, not level. So it's the amount of times that you roll on the banner. So if you roll on Ito's banner 50 times, it means like at the absolute most, like if you're the most unlucky person on Earth, you would have to roll another 40 times to get a 5-star. That I don't think it's possible. I think it's like astronomically. I don't want to say astronomically because I don't know for sure, but it's almost impossible to get to 90. I think they increase the chances too much the higher you go. So like, I think average is like somewhere between like 75 and 80. I think most of mine are around there. But if you've gotten a banner character before, you have to win what we call a 50-50. So you have a 50% chance to get one of the off-banner characters, 50% chance to get the banner character. So yeah. You playing the card game? On and off, Erna. Like, I've played card games before, but they don't really keep my interest for very long. Like, I've played Pokemon, I've played Yu-Gi-Oh! I very briefly looked at, what is it called? Magic the Gathering. But it really confused me, because there was, like, specific phases where you had to do things, and if you didn't do it in the phase, then fuck you. So I couldn't handle the pressure, because Lord knows I would have fucked that shit up. But, yeah, so I didn't play much of it, admittedly. Have you been playing it? Are you enjoying it? I know most people who play it really enjoy it. You started on the last banner to play, really? And who did you got him on the last day? You've gotten 6 4-stars this banner so far, 3 different, 3 of the same. Well, typically getting duplicates is a good thing because it means that those characters are becoming stronger. And very often, not always the case, but very often the 4-stars are also like the support characters. So the stronger your supports are, you know, the stronger your main characters will be. Oh, yeah. Frag, it's okay. So you got Yae on your last banner. So that means you're not guaranteed. So you would have to get lucky. And hope that you get Ito. Otherwise, you could get one of what we call the off-banner characters. There's like 6. Yeah, it's 6 now. There's 6 characters that you could get instead of him. So kind of sucks. But I'll be honest. Characters like Keqing, she's very good at the moment. Tainari, I love him. Very, very fun to play. He's got like a very quick style, like you swap him in and out very quickly. Mona, she's also really good. The only ones that I'm not very familiar with would be Chi-Chi and Jean. I've never used them, so I don't know what they're like. And Diluc, who, my favorite. Best boy. Hi Yoda, how are you doing, friend? You love Ito? Same, Aruna. I managed to get mine to C6, actually. Recently. He didn't lose a single 50-50. He won every single 50-50. This boy is actually insane. He was like, ah yes, this is my account now. So, I'm very happy about that. Kitching's your main at the moment? Oh, nice. Yeah, I've heard she's pretty good at the moment, like with the Dendro. So you combine the Dendro and the Electro together, and they just make pa pa pa, you know? You know what I'm saying? Shit. Yes, Ito is best boy. You're tired? Same though. Why are you tired, Yoda? Alright. I feel like I'm going insane, because I hear my game sound, and I'm wearing my headset, but it sounds like the sound is not coming out of the headset. It's coming out of, like, my screen or something. I feel like I'm going crazy. Oh, you play Yu-Gi-Oh! And Gwent? You've been watching Sayu VTube stream it. Ah. You're just tired? Oh man, I'm sorry. 13 pages. You're at about 65. Ah, okay. So if you're at 65, I would say if you do another 10 pull, then you're basically like you're very close to getting it after that. After the next 10 pull, like you can almost expect it immediately after that. Yeah, I think for me, like I said, it's around 70 and 80. Like lower 70s to like 80. If I'm very unlucky, it goes like higher, but I don't think I've gone that high. Maybe 84 was the highest. That's like really bad luck. No Skara, C5. Kitchen came. Oh no. Now we save for Shenhe and Dia. Guys, I'm conflicted as fuck at the moment, and I actually don't know what I'm going to do with myself. Because Yao Yao, right, is coming out on Ham Ham's banner. I'll hide Tam for the people who want to say it correctly, but Ham Ham, that is his name from now on. She's coming out on his banner, right? However, I think immediately after that banner, it's Shenhe, and I'm just like, fuck! Do I forfeit the 4-star I've been waiting 2 years for Shenhe, or do I say goodbye to Tiggle Biddies for Yao Yao? Like, I'm so conflicted, I don't know what to do. You forgot about her? Don't worry, I think Mihoyo forgot about her too. No, I'm joking. I saw a post like today or something saying that it almost seems intentional that she's being released the coming year because it's the year of the rabbit and she throws out a bunny. So some people say it's intentional. You would have given up and cried after 10 pulls. You have to persist. You have to keep going. Do both? I can't do both. I don't have the savings for both. Okay, so guys, I have a lot to do. Not only do we have this event, thank God I finished this one yesterday. We have this event that I need to do. I think this is reset. Has it? This is reset, right? Yeah, it's the Abyss has reset again. Buy tokens. That's a lot of money, man. I don't have that kind of kizash. I normally just save up for characters. So yeah. I would if I could, frag. But even then, I haven't really spent that much in Genshin. I actually still need to buy Welkin. I keep forgetting. So that's not helping my savings. Cries in poor mood. I'm gonna get Yao Yao in my first 10 pull. You better be here for it, Yoda. You better be here. The blessing doesn't count if you're not here. Oh shit, my brain is not working. Survey! Okay, I'll leave that there so I can remember to do it another time. You bought yourself a Christmas present? Oh shit. Okay. I said I was gonna do story. I need to do the event as well. There, this one. Test of courage. So that's the event. And then I need to do this. But in order to do this, I need to go do this first. So we're gonna go do this first. Everyone here shall win their next 50-50. Oh, hell yeah. Thank you for the blessings, Yoda. Yeah, so we're gonna continue with Nahida's story, which I started like, I don't know. When did she come out? Months ago. I just hope I don't have to fight anything. I shouldn't have to, I don't think. Whoa, double Nana. Debbie, what are you doing here? This guy seems depressed. You got a shitload of tokens. Use them all. And still no Ito? Oh no. Well, I hope he comes home soon. I'm sending you, even Yoda, me and Yoda sending you all the good vibes, all the good jujus. I hope the boy comes home. He has a lot of fun to play. Oh my god, this is so sad. No wonder the man's is depressed, man. Ito is almost triple crowned. Nice! Hi, Bubble. Oh, you need to do Abyss. Did it, like, reset today? The time is smooshing together. Paimon has a cute Funko Pop. I wonder if that's the one that Jargon has. Because I know he got Funkos, but I know he got the twins. Wait, now I'm curious. Not the game, just continue. Oh wait, I think he did get Paimon as well. That looks really familiar. It is very cute. Yeah, you have all three. I don't know why the twins stuck in my memory, but I kind of forgot about Paimon. Rip. She is very cute though. The pop style actually suits the Genshin characters. What is the best way to earn character leveling? Oh, the XP books. There's places you can go to get more. The bobblehead. Are they all bobbleheads? Oh, wait, are there different versions? You get like the non-bobblehead one? Huh. Also, they usually don't do breakouts in a line. Oh, I see. I don't know if I've actually seen a bobblehead pop before. They must be bigger than the standard ones, right? Because their heads need to like wiggle. Do they wiggle in the box though? Okay, so in order to get more of the XP box, they're inferior. Oh man. So the hero's wit, you go to these little ley line, the blue ones. So you get the gold ones and you get the blue ones. The blue ones are for XP. The gold ones are for Mora or gold. Either way, same difference. So this will help you to level up your characters. It will move around in a zone. So there's one for each zone. Here's the two for one stat. They will move all over the place. So I know, for example, that there's also a spawn point, I think here and here. And it goes this way. You'll find them all over the place. They have in Liyue as well. You see, there they are. They're next to each other. If we move into Sumeru, there's the gold one. There's the books one. I don't think there's separate ones for the desert. Yeah, they don't have. And then also in Inazuma. But when you use one, it just refreshes somewhere close by. So you can chase the same one, and you can just, if you open the map, you'll see like it's not too far. It's within running distance. So you just keep going for as long as you need, as many as you need. And it's not a waste. Some people think, oh yeah, you know, I could be spending that on artifacts instead. But honestly, you need XP books to level your characters, and you need Mora to do everything. So if you don't have Mora, what are you gonna do? So yeah, those things are quite important. I think artifact farming can make you feel very sad. So leveling your weapons, your characters, your talents, those things actually feel like tangible progress. Artifacts, no thank you. It's so complicated. What part is... What's complicated? Sorry, Aruna. I try not to make it too complicated, because it's kind of overwhelming. I think there's a lot of stuff in Genshin these days to follow. Everything? Okay, well, I mean, that's a mood, to be fair. I've already looked at that. Let's see. What's the fastest way there? Probably this one? Oh, we'll see. You didn't mean to send that emoji. That's fine. Man, I am so sleepy. I don't understand it. Oh wait, this one just goes up, right? Or not up, but across, because you go across here to the boss. Who did I came to help someone here. Is it Haruka? Okay, say what? Hello, hello. What time is it there? It's only like 6:30, like PM. So it's early. It is not time to be sleepy, but here I am. I feel like I'm fighting a losing battle to keep my eyes open. I don't know why. I don't know. My body is just like... I haven't taken any pills today. I'm learning the hard way that some of the pills... Because I don't take a lot of pills. But there's some pain pills that I have that are more like muscle relaxants than anything else. Because they just knock me the fuck out. I'm just fucking gonzo. I lay in bed for a while trying to keep my eyes open, and then at some point my vision blurs and I'm like, okay, I'm going to sleep now.
What's poppin'?
Don't mind me, just watching. Hi Dan, thank you for the... Oh wait, that was Kid Thor. Kid Thor, thank you for the Lokis, and hello Dan. Sorry, my brain smooshy. We'll be sleepy together. Fantastic. Who's gonna keep watch though? Hey Mozen!
Don't mind me just watching.
Thank you for the lurkies. Team Sleepyheads, we are. All of us is sleepies. We're sleepy BBs. It's okay. We sleepy sometimes. Whoop. I feel like I took the long way around there, but it's okay. This is fine.
なんか遠足みたいな感じだな。
冒険者はいつもこんな場所に来るのか。
Mozilla.
それはすごいな。
夢の中のあなたたちはいつもここで会うの？
はい、ほとんどの場合がそうです。前方にある山の頂上で会っています。そこでは特に何もせず、日常の何気ない会話をするんです。私たちの娘のヘイデルの近況を話すと、彼女はいつも真剣に耳を傾けてくれます。あとは一緒に思い出話をしたり、面白いことや冗談を言ったり、どんなに話しても物足りなさを覚えて
Oh
しまう
man,
ん
the
です。
story is sad.
平凡と安らぎも手に入れるのが難しい幸せなんだな。
Paimon's a little
そ
thing.
こが私の困惑しているところよ。私は夢について詳しいわ。だから夢が一般的に
Uh-oh. Why is everything upside
論
down?
理性に欠けているものだと知っている。でもあ
Does
な
this
たは
mean
さっき
something?
彼女があなたの話したことを覚えていると言ったわよね。
はい。彼女は昔から私の話を熱心に聞いてくれていました。
You know, being half asleep is not the time you want the screen to be blurring like that.
私を驚かせるために日常の些細なことまで覚えているんです。そのことも彼女がまるで本当に生き返ったかのように感じた理由の一つでした。
Like, is it the game or is it me?
不思議だな。でも
Glitch or
夢っ
feature.
て元々不思議
Oh
な
no.
ものだよな。ただ問題は
That actually could be quite quite interesting.
夢というのはあなたたちが想像するよりずっと脆弱なものなの。例えば
Especially like those games that people like speedrun and they try and find like glitches and stuff. Is that supposed to do that? I used to play, I don't remember what it was called. It was called something different on PC. But it was called like Sky Children or something. And there was this one place where you could like, you'd glitch through something, but there was something there. There was this like big rainbow that you could sit on. And there would always be like a bunch of like sky kids running around on the rainbow. And I'm just like, is this supposed to be here? Because I feel like we're not supposed to. Because you have to like, yoink through a wall or something. I don't remember. I got there by mistake. But like, Skyrim. Yeah, no. That game is glitch more than feature, I think. It's the more mods you add, the worse it gets as well. Until the game becomes just such a unholy clusterfuck that it just doesn't work anymore. I had a friend who did that. She just put way too many mods on, and the game just wouldn't work anymore. Kinda sad, because she lost her shit. But, oh my god, Scarlet Violet. Have you seen, I took a, did I take a video? Oh, there's a thing over here. I think I took a video, I don't remember now, but, there was a bunch of towers behind me. Hello? There was a bunch of towers behind me. And... well, not towers, but windmills, I guess. And they would, like, spin at different intervals. Oh? Let me just, switch your roonies. Thank you for the mod love, Aruna. I forgot where I was going. Oh, right. There's windmills. And, because they were at varying distances away from me, they were all going different speeds. So the one looked, and I think someone mentioned it in chat. The one looked like it was like a PowerPoint presentation. The other one was moving smoothly. And there was one that wasn't even a PowerPoint presentation. It just simply was not moving. It was static. Yeah, that was pretty funny. Definitely not a feature though. It was pretty bad. Let's see. But yeah, I think they patched some of the issues, but I'll be honest, I haven't been playing that much. Because of all the power outs and stuff, I've mostly just spent my electricity time playing Genshin. Uh-oh. Was he getting catfished by a bunch of hilly trolls? Even though I fight with her every day, the fact this little itty bitty chibi wants to fight with all these hilly trolls, I'm just like, no! Soft baby! Soft baby only. Oh, this is not even my Nahida. Oh, thank you for the hearts! Also, how's the job going? I saw you said something and I think I missed it. I was asking you about the kiddos. This dad tried to buy Cyberpunk for his kid and was upset when I told him what Cyberpunk had content-wise. Oh my god. Sorry, I had to scroll up to see that. But I remember I saw a message and I didn't read it. Yeah, that's definitely not a game for kids. Imagine he bought it and you didn't say anything. Oh man. It's weird to think that there's parents who don't game, like people having children now, people the current age for having kids now haven't played video games or don't really know things about video games. Because I feel like so many people play games of some kind. Like, how would they not know? Or they're on the internet or whatever. You know, like, it's not like it's a very foreign thing these days to play games. Hi Hassan! You're gonna disown your children if they play Fortnite and League. Is that why you're playing it? You testing it to see if it's worthy. Oh. Catch him? The fuck? Are we speaking kid or like 15-year-old? Lord knows I did some GTA in my early days. Yeah, but that's the thing. I feel like our parents were not like clued in. Like, because we didn't really... I mean, we had the internet, but let's be serious. It was that dial-up bullshit. It would take like 10 minutes to load a page kind of internet. These days, you can literally Google fucking anything. You can get an answer in like 30 seconds. Like, I don't know. I don't think it's difficult for parents to know what their kids are doing. I'm doing alright, Hassan. Just sleepy. How are you? You can customize the character's junk. 6-year-old! Oh my god. Definitely not a 6-year-old playing Cyberpunk. You went to a party yesterday. You were cool, but you hurt your back. Hassan, how old are you again? You goober. But yes, if a person has a child that is 6 years old, then that parent is young enough to know how to Google a game before they buy it for their kids. But good for you explaining that that it is not suitable. Maybe he was buying it for himself. Maybe he wanted to customize his junk. He's 18 and a day. No, isn't he 19 now? His body be saying 40 though. Yeah, I thought you were 19. You turned 19 this year. You fell on your back, Hassan. What? Were you doing party tricks? Were you trying to impress some girls? I'm starting to wonder if I walk in my sleep because I pick up new bruises every day and I'm just like, from where? Because they don't match the height of any furniture in my house, so I don't know where I'm getting these damn bruises from. What am I doing that I don't notice that I'm bruising myself? Where do they come from? Because I'm not walking into things. I do walk into things, but not hard enough to bruise myself. You were playing football and they destroyed you. Oh man. Hassan. Are you very active? Do you play a lot of sports? I don't even play like sports games like on PC, so yeah, I think I'd have my ass handed to me if I tried to play anything. But to be fair, a lot of girls, well, I want to say girls sports, you know, like netball and stuff. Nahida is busy. I'm gonna scream. What do you mean she's busy? Now she's busy. Oh my god, I have to go back here. I hate it here. Cool, I'm so glad. I'm gonna juggle between these two quests. Love it. I love it. We love it. We love to be here, right? God damn it. Anyway, this is fine. This is the first time you played after a long time. You used to play FIFA a lot. It's worse than League. Really? No ways. You gonna get your parents to take you out? Like to put you out of your misery, or? Mood. You hate that Genshin does this? Yeah, actually Ray's been complaining about it because, you know, like, he's AR, what, like 50 now? Oh, I'm just throwing stuff across my table. I still need to add Mozen, but I need to go find someone to remove first. So Ray... Where is he? I think he's 52. Yeah, there he is. He's got so many quests that he needs to do. He's trying to, like, do the quests to unlock bosses, but, like, it sends you back and forth a lot. And he's like, why can't they just have multiple NPCs? Because, like, in WoW, you can speak to Sylvanas here, and then you go to the next part, and you can speak to Sylvanas here as well. Like, he got so mad. Get out of your room and stop studying. Oh. I mean, it's good to take a break. I hope you can go do something nice, Hassan. And thank you for the lurkies. Whoops. Man, we keep getting drugged in Sumeru with all this incense making us sleepy. Did Paimon just say Scaramouche? Since day one, we've been drugged. For real, though. Because didn't we... It wasn't the beginning, that lady in the cave. I don't remember her name now. I've completely forgotten. But in any case... This has all been a weird dream, right? This entire update has just been a weird dream for us. Scaramouche. Like a mushroom. Whoa. I need to just close Spotify. Do not be playing music, sir. You asked your dog what's 2 minus 2. She said nothing. Hi, Killer Nick. You have a very smart dog.
もしかして世界樹の中だったらそれができるのか？
Nothing is better than Scaraboobs. Yeah. Did you have you played the story yet, Yoda?
ダメだ。頭がパンクしそうだぞ。あいつが何を考えてるのか全くわからない。なあ、もう嫌なやつだな。いっつも俺の迷惑ばっかかけて。でももう
Hi, Senjin!
そんなことを成
Oh, did you finish streaming, Senjin?
そしたらあいつと関わりのあった人とかにも
You
影響
did.
が出ちゃうのか？
I just asked because I had a tab open. Thank you for the shout out, Yoda. Hi, Panda Panda. The first thing I hear when I enter the stream, nothing is better than Scaraboobs. You know Scaraboobs, Panda? You're in the right stream. Raided a friend doing his debut today. Oh, nice, nice, nice. I hope it goes well. How's the load shedding been treating you, Senjin? Because we're back on stage 6. How unbelievable. I feel like I'm actually going insane. And I'm just like... Are people going to believe me? I mean, it's not something people would typically lie about. But like, it's unbelievable, right? Like, who's going to believe me? I'm just pretending that we have load shedding. I got imposter syndrome for fucking load shedding. Like, it's crazy. It's actually crazy. Hanzaku salada. Oh. Going dark at 8. It's a sad holiday. You know, I only just found out just before I started stream that today is a holiday. So, yeah. How was the Liyue story? I was actually watching Senjin. Sorry I didn't say anything, Senjin. I was watching when he was doing the battle. You know, like, I think it's when you go up into the, like, palace thing and you have to protect the, like, the turrets or something. I was watching Senjin do that fight. We're high as fuck, Paimon. Also, if I missed anyone's message, sorry. There's a lot of green names in the chat right now, so they all look the same to me. I don't know why my brain works this way. Oh, look, it's the illusion of choice. It's going dark before 5 PM here. Do you mean like the sun is going down really early, Killer Nick? You're also on holiday? Oh, man. Oh, we were talking about power outages, Killer Nick, sorry. So when Senjin said going dark, he meant like the electricity's going to be turned off. You got load shedding in 15? Oh man, I have load shedding. I actually don't know when. Soon though. Dope as hell, the 1v1. Yeah. Man. That was like when I started the game, like Liyue was like my favorite part. But I don't know. There's a lot of content now. It's hard to say which story was my favorite. You'd rather have no sun than no power? Yeah, I mean it's a pretty common thing in South Africa. We have something called load shedding. You may have heard me talk about it before. But it's essentially scheduled rolling blackouts in South Africa because our government is a piece of shit and our utility company is a piece of shit, and two pieces of shit together make a giant piece of shit. So yeah, we'll go hours without electricity. It's not so good. It's not so Gucci, fam. You got carried by your Yanfei? Yeah, I'm pretty sure. Because I think it was raining, so like you were vaping all the bitches. The one guy, I don't remember if it was. It was either one of those pyro sniper guys or one of the geo. I remember it was one of the long boys, but you killed him really quickly, and I was like, what the fuck just happened? Because I remember when I did that fight, like, I fucking struggled, man. It took me ages to kill people, and you like wham bam, and they were gone, and I was just like, bro, hello? So, yeah, I think I was just maybe really dumb. Lisa and Yanfei, nice. Get them big boom boom Bakuruns. Just explode their faces off. Minus 140 resin. Hey! Yeah! Congrats, Frag. Yeah, so that's something that you can do. So, like, especially for new players, I would say, like, level your characters. That feels good. Level your weapons. It's kind of important because they give a stat, right? Depending on who your character is, like what kind of stat they'll want. So, like, for example, EM on Nahida, very good. ER, energy recharge on Cookie because she's a support character. Very good. Main DPS, Yae, crit damage, crit rate, attack percent. You know, those are the kinds of things. Ito, okay, he's just got lots of crit damage. But, you know, like, this helps a lot. And sometimes the effect on the weapon as well is very good. And that will also, like, help a lot. So here, it increases his defense, which increases his damage. And then his attack damage is increased by 40% of his defense. So because he's got high defense, it means he does more damage. So yeah, so level your characters, level your weapons, and then talents. If you are able to do the domain for talent books, do it. Definitely. At the very least, I can't show you on Ito because he's triple crown, but like, at least get them to level 6. Once you get them to level 6, that's when they start needing the boss materials. So if I leveled her up, it would start using the, what is this? This is from the wolf. It would start using this. But up until this point, you don't have to use the boss materials. So it's quite nice to level that stuff. Like, look here. This is level 1, so this is like dirt cheap. But yeah, so you go fight whatever this is. Go get the books. And that would be my recommendation for early game. Obviously, you want the artifacts as well, but honestly, I think you only really want to start going ham in the paint for artifacts at like AR45. I think before that, it's like not that great to do it to farm for artifacts. Like, it's almost not worth it. You just put copium pieces on and just pray. AR22 exploring Sumeru. Nothing out of the ordinary here. Oh my goodness. I wonder what it must be like. I'm curious what it's like to just like start the game now and just have like so much stuff to learn. Because I've been playing basically since the beginning, and I still feel like I don't know things a lot of the time. Also, hi Hooded. How's it going? I'm trying to do story, but I'm going back and forth between 2 different stories at the moment. Oh, it's a side account? Okay, so you know what you're doing then. That's fine. You feeling better today? Yes, but I am very sleepy. Goddamn. This guy's voice is way too deep for his tiny body. But I'm feeling better, thank you. I'm feeling a lot more jovial, a lot more myself today. I do need to turn my light on because it's getting dark very quickly. But, yeah. I'm very sleepy. And I don't know why! Today was like such a boring day. Maybe that's why. It's overwhelming, but we have friendly streamers to help. Of course, of course! Who's your favorite friendly streamer to help, Frag? You know things? Me? I don't know anything. Head empty, right? Sid? Yeah, Sid is very friendly. If you're wrapped up in that, you're gonna be sleepy. Thing is, like, it's hot, so I'm wearing shorts. I'm not actually wrapped in a blankie. Only one? Natata? Who's that? I don't know that person. I hope they're very nice and they help you and they answer all your questions. Is that like a ratata? Natata ratata. instead of a ratata.
You know the things, no arguments.
Oh shit. Jargon. Oh shit. Okay. I know the things. Also, it's instead of like a purple rat, it's a green opossum. That's what a natata is. A natata ratata. It's just a green opossum. Imagine. Fat finger typo. That's me every day. What things do I know? I still don't know how to play animo characters. Besides Hazel. I understand how to use Hazel. Also, fucking Kazuha, every time I play with him, I get so sad. Because I don't have him. And I'm just like, because he's actually so much fun to play and I hate it. I hate that he's so much fun to play. I'm like, can you just be less fun, please? Because I actually don't want to play any other characters now. All I want to do is have pyro and hydro characters and just swirl the fuck out of everything. Not even doing anything else with him. Just making big ol' swirly whirlies and getting disoriented. That's all I want to do with Kazuha. Which I guess is how you play him, right? Hi Maestro! I'm doing good. How are you? He is fun to play, man. Okay, well I'm definitely getting him when he comes back. Hi, Yuno! Hello, hello. How are you? Oh! I thought it was Kazuha's daddy. Rest in peepos. Kazuha burst looks so pretty. Oh man, it's honestly one of the prettier ones because Ayato's one is also really, really pretty. I love his. Ray likes it when I use his skill, but I really like Ayato's burst. The sound it makes, but also just like the raindrops, it's so beautiful. Doing good, waiting on Genshin to update. Ooh, very nice. Which characters do you like to play, you know? This quest is... Is this the current Archon quest? I'm like going between this one and Nahida's story. What's up with Japanese in everyone's name? Why not, Maestro? if that's the language that they speak, or if that's how they want to write their names, it's okay. Hooded has it written like that because I guess he kind of wanted to change his name. And you know, I'm not too sure. Maybe that's just how they want to write their name. There's nothing wrong with that. You don't have a lot because you're free to play. I mean, that's fine. As long as you have fun. As long as you have fun. And, play the characters that you enjoy. I think Genshin's definitely one of those games that you can just... Because you can play completely like single player, it doesn't matter what you have, as long as you're having fun. This is the Kazuha quest? Eh? For the red sword? No, I've done that. This is not... This is not the... I have the sword. Hooded is Indian, not... not Japanese, but okay.
What's poppin'?
Don't mind me, just watching. Thank you, hero. It's the Archon quest. It is the Archon quest. That's what I'm saying, though. It's not Kazuha's quest. You were free to play until you got the gambling addiction in October. Now you're a filthy Welkener. Yeah, I need to buy Battle Pass and Welkin. I just need to remember to do it when I have electricity. But yes. Your name is Japanese because it's okay, so it's Yuno's. Okay, I see. I'll be honest. I'm very glad that Twitch has got, like, the name written in brackets. Otherwise, I would have no idea. Your confusion? Yeah, I can't believe you thought... I cannot believe, Yoda, that you thought that I was so far behind in story that I wouldn't have done that quest. Unbelievable. Yeah, Yoda... Well, it's not my business to say that, but yeah. Have you seen Kazuha recently? Come back to us, Kazuha, I need you. Yeah, I've been buying Battle Pass and Welkin Moon for not the whole time I've been playing, but most of the time I've been playing, to be honest. G-Max is Indian? No, listen, guys, listen. Listen, with tears in my eyes. Can you not hear that that Indian is G-Max? G-Max is Indian? Can you guys not hear it? I was not surprised when I met him at Comic-Con. I was not even remotely surprised. There was absolutely no shock to my system when I met Yoda for the first time. I was like, yes, this is Yoda. Everyone else was just like, you're Indian? I'm like, guys, come on, man. He eats curry every day. No, I'm joking. He does eat curry every day, but that's not the point. The point is I could hear. I was not surprised at all, Yoda. But everyone else was, and I just don't understand it. I do not. Isn't Yoda short and green? I mean, to be fair, Yoda is short, but I can only say that because we're the same height. You want curry every day? Same, though. But Yoda says if you have it every day, you kind of get over it, and I'm just like, no ways, man. But anyway. I still don't know why people were surprised. But Yoda's the best, guys. If you don't follow him, please, let's go. Let's, And you're not allowed to protest, because this is my stream, and I get to decide who gets shoutouts. If you guys do not already follow Yoda, check him out. He's a wonderful, also Genshin Impact streamer, so if you do enjoy Genshin Impact, check him out. But he also plays Pokemon. He plays, what is that other game? Persona. Why do I keep forgetting what it's called? Did I do it wrong? Oh my god. It's Esso, right? Because we have these two different shoutouts now, I keep messing up which one is which. No game action, Yoda? Askis? I'm still confused how people didn't know, but anyway, it's okay. That's fine. What were you playing, Yoda? You weren't playing anything. No game? What game is that? No game, no life? You see, it keeps swapping me between these two things. Ah! Give me peace! Is it make me do this now? Eh? I don't want to go do this now. Ah, guys. I don't want to start this. One of my nails just broke. Damn it. Oh, your power just went out. Sorry, Frag. No game is the best game. No, I think he was making a joke, I did. You played Persona last? Oh. The system is rebelling against you, Yoda. That's what's happening here. Man, I wish... I'm so clumsy. I keep breaking my nails. One of my nails bent backwards the other day. Whew. I just bent it back and I was like, please stay. Please not have my entire finger just fall off because my nail bent backwards. It takes your current category, so you must have cleared it. Yeah. There's a game called There Is No Game. What kind of game is it? I hate that I have to go do this now because it's making me jump between 3 different fucking quests. Genshin, please fix. Yeah, I've had a shout out lie. Well, I say lie, but because I had already prepared myself for that day's stream, I changed the category and it was like, oh yeah, you were playing this game last, and I was like, supposed to be starting that game that day. So someone shouted me out and it's like, oh yeah, you were playing this game, and they were like, oh, how is it? And I'm like, actually. No game is fun. No game is fun. It is a weird thing to say. Ayato! No game, no life. I love. Guys, his English voice was very strange.
Ah yes, my favorite game. No game. Question mark.
私は重要な局面にしか現れないと思われているのですか？今回の肝試し大会は確かに私の提案です。あくまで企画を通しただけですが、こうして確認をするのも私の仕事ですよ。
He seems like so much more light-hearted. He's like, I don't know, like so formal in English. At least the part that I saw him talking in. He seemed like so stuck up. But the Japanese Ayato seems kind of like Sly Fox, kind of. Like very different personalities. Can't believe you just said that. English Paimon is pain. Painmon. English VA is Painmon. 100%. I can't stand her. English is worse. English is easily worse. Japanese is not bad. Like, I can tolerate her. She's a bit squeaky, but then again, so am I. The Chinese one, so good. If you guys haven't tried the Chinese, definitely try it out. That Paimon is so soft and so relaxed. Like, it's nice to listen to her speak, actually. The Chinese VAs are very, very good. Your Paimon is crying because she heard us, because we're talking smack. Oh yes, but they changed it, Hooded. They changed the VA for Paimon. Why? Do you know why they changed it? Was there like ever any explanation? Because it changed without me noticing, and then someone pointed it out, and I was like, oh, how could they? I kind of like Sleepy Baby Paimon though. That's why I like the Chinese one so much. It just sounds good. Mihoyo is Chinese? Yeah. Did they? I'm pretty sure they changed the VA. The Chinese VA should be the best. Yeah, but I think the Japanese VAs that they got were very good. And I think a lot of the English ones are as well. I'm not familiar with all of them. But I think there's a lot of big names in this game. I don't know about the Chinese ones, but I think the Japanese VAs, there's quite a lot of big names. Like, from anime kind of vibes. But yeah, they're definitely Chinese. But they love Miku. That's where the meat comes from in their name, Mihoyo. They changed Barbara. Oh shit. Hi Chris! Hello. Also, everyone lost their mod role on Discord. I still need to fix it. Because I tried to do something, but I don't think I did it right. So it like fucked out and made other people mods that weren't mods. And I was like, let's change this. Satoru Gojo? Man with two first names. English Ito is best Ito. Listen, Killer Nick. I'll go to war to say that all of the Ito VAs are perfect. Every single one of them. I'm not very familiar with the Korean one, but definitely Chinese, Japanese, and English, they're all perfect. 100% on point. Also, the Chinese VA for Ito also voices Ushi in all of the languages. Ushi is multilingual, guys. I don't know if you knew this. He's same guy is Ito for all the languages. Very, very cool. You didn't even know, Chris. It's fine. Who watches Jujutsu Kaisen? I've watched Jujutsu Kaisen. I have half of a Nobara cosplay sitting behind me. Because I still need to make the top half. What's the name of the little one that's flying? I forget. She's my favorite. Chris, what the fuck? That's Paimon. Painmon, if you're playing in English. But Paimon. Killer Nick speaks facts. Listen, all of them, Yoda. English, Japanese, Chinese. I'm not familiar with the Korean one, but I'm gonna say he's probably fine as well. Like, that's why Ito is, like, undeniably my favorite character. All his VAs are on point. His story is amazing. His kit is really fun. And his design is interesting. So, like, everything about him, 10 out of 10. We love him. He's good boy. You gotta watch Ito in Japanese? Yes! So, I don't know if you guys know... Shipats! I don't know if you guys know... Did you guys have... Wait, hold on. What is it called? Soul Reaper? Soul Killer? Soul... No, the main character's name is Soul. What is it called? Man! Is it Soul Eater? Thank you. The guy who sang the one intro, or possibly more than one intro, for Soul Eater is the guy who voiced Ito. I have a playlist actually for him. But I don't want to get slamma ding danged, so I'm not going to play it on stream. But I just closed my Spotify, so give me a second. Where is it? Here we go. Takanori Nishikawa. His name, however, is different. TM Revolution. There we go. TM Revolution. That is the VA for Ito in Japanese. Anyway, continuing. Just to read the rest of chat. You want season 2? Is there news for season 2 of Jujutsu Kaisen? I'll be honest, I don't really keep up with things. What? English Paimon is best. Frag, I'm gonna fight you actually. Floor 12-3 still has the wolf boss. Yo. Do not talk to me about such things. I don't want to hear it. You're gonna be singing Paper Moon? Okay. Okay, hold on. Chat moved again. English Paimon is not best. Definitely ban him for saying English Paimon is the best. 2023. Listen, 2023 is actually closer than I think. I keep forgetting. I'm just like, whoa, that's so far away. And I'm like, no, actually, it's around the corner. You think of the angry sun from Super Mario Bros. 3? Okay, I'm gonna be honest. I don't know what that looks like, but because I know what the sun looks like, I can only imagine. Alright. It just says leave. Okay, very helpful. Hey! Best boy! Ito!
まさかお前も肝試し大会に参加しに来たのか？
そりゃもちろん悪いな。報酬は全部この俺様。新たき度胸は天より高く。
Oh man.
言いたいところだが、実は今回は別の件で来たんだ。
何があったんだ？
長い話になっちまうんだがな。この前、肝試し大会の情報を聞いた俺様は、すぐに新たき派を全員かき集めて、思い切り楽しもうと思ってたんだ。なのに、なんと俺様の子分は、どいつもこいつも、
Aww, poor baby.
真珠の森なら、何度も言っただろ。全然怖くないぜ。なの、子供がどこを鍛えるためのゲームじゃんかよ。そんな時間があったら、七星召喚でもやろうぜ。本当に肝試し大会に参加するのか？はあ、親分が決めたことなら。どいつもこいつも、みんな揃って元気がねえんだ。こんなんじゃダメに決まってんだろうが。
その気持ち、おいらにもわかるぜ。テンション上げて人を遊びに誘ったのに、相手が全く
You don't recognize his voice? I know him as a singer, but I think he's done a lot of voice acting as well.
メンツの問題じゃねえ。新たき屋の親分として、俺様は常に新しい面白いものを見つけて、
No! He's wholesome as hell, man. Game volume's a bit low? Or am I just a bit loud?
だがしかし話が戻っちまうが、俺様も真珠の森なら何回も言ってる。そりゃ最初の頃は確かに怖かったが、今は完全に慣れちまってな。シャブ業の奴らだけを頼りにして何の新しい真似ができるってんだ。参加者をビビらせることができなかったら肝試し大会には。
Does this sound fine now? Should I bump it a bit higher?
それが原因でまた子分に文句を言われた日には、それこそ俺様のメンツが丸つぶれだぜ。
結局メンツの問題なんじゃないか。
原因ってのは複雑なもんだからな。とにかく俺様には一つプランが。
It's better now? Okay. I can leave it there.
が信用できねえなら、俺様が肝試し大会に少し工夫させてもらおう。
それって。
そうだ。この俺様が。
I'm actually not too sure. I'll be honest, I don't know many of the VAs. Enjoy Dindins, Yoda. Come back and tell us what you had. And it's not curry. I'm sorry, Yoda. You literally told us you have curry every day, okay? Yes! Shut up, Paimon. Yes! Shut up, Paimon. I already said yes, boy. Why not curry? I agree. That's a good question, Frag. There's so many different kinds you could have. I sometimes forget he's an Oni, even though he's got those fucking giant horns coming out the front of his face. I forget. Shipats! They use that word a lot, because Benny says it. Oh man. Ah! Oh? Hazel? Wow, so loud. Shipatsu was in your JLPT many times. Oh my god, I'm learning Japanese from Genshin. I'm practicing for my JLPT by playing Genshin. Perfect, 10 out of 10. Your game still isn't updating. Oh my goodness. It means departure. I thought it meant like let's go. I know ikimasu is like ikimasho. Ikimasu is like to go. But shipatsu, I always thought it was like a yeah, let's go kind of thing. But I guess departure makes sense then. Like let's leave, let's go kind of thing. I just wanted to... I think my game sound is always... I keep fiddling with my game sounds because when I play with Ray, I have to bump it. Okay, it's fine where it is. But I have to bump it down a little bit. Otherwise I can't hear him because he speaks really softly. Oh! Taniki brethren, hello! Goodbye. You got an app for me to learn from? For me? Did you read the message I sent earlier? Which one? Oh! Yes, I think Ito was talking at the time. You've had so many Scaras joining your world recently. You always play with A and Kazu. You just equip A and call them your son and they play along. I did see that earlier. That's quite fun, actually. I think, yeah, having interactions like that is actually quite nice. I don't like Scar, though. His face still irritates me. It won't be out for a year, but you highly recommend it. Fluyo? Is it like a mobile app, or...? It's a game. Oh!
Oi, Paimon.
Oi, Paimon. I love Ito.
よく考えてみたら、俺様は今までちゃんと人を脅かしたような経験がないんだぜ。
今さらそれに気づいたのかよ。
リハーサル。
You're bad at Japanese, even though people say you're not. Ah, you can speak Japanese with hooded. I'm still baby. I'm still learning, but
その道中で隠れながらタイミングを見計らってお前らを脅かす。そんでお前らが俺様の人を脅かす腕を評価す
it
る。
means firefly.
早速準備するぜ。お前らに
Okay, I can't read that because my text is small today. So it's fucking laugh.
勝手なことばっか言ってどっか行っちゃったぞ。まあオイラたちはどうせもともと肝試し大会に参加しに来たんだしな。試練が少し増えたって考えればいいか。あそこに肝
This is
試
a
し大会
Kickstarter.
の関係者がいるみたいだぜ。
Hi, Peanut. Hello. How are you? Hotaru. Hotaru. I had to like lean over my desk to look at the screen closely. There we go. Okay. You're gonna get beta for it. Okay. Let me just open a browser tab to look at it.
悩み事
Fluyo. Oh my goodness. Hey yo, maybe I can learn a couple things depending on what this this app is like. Because I do enjoy learning languages. Pluggies? What about pluggies? Managing? That sums it up? Ugh, relatable as fuck, Peanut. Oh, because Maestro's plugging again? Yeah. That's a pluggies. We'll just clear chat. Maestro the repeat offender of pluggies. But it's fine. I cleared the chat.
あなたたちも肝試し大会に参加しに来た方ですか？そうだぞ。
Why did I timed out twice instead of removing the timeout? Sorry, Maestro.
もしかして鳴神大社の巫女か？ええ。
Like, I appreciate the suggestion, but like talking about the Kickstarter and asking me to promote it or spread it, whatever, that's a bit too much. Not oof! Not oof! It's literally, I have 3 rules on my channel. And that's one of them. I have 3. If you're unsure, you can always just click on the settings by your chat. At the bottom of the settings, it says view chat rules. I have 3. No prejudice, be nice to each other, and no self-promotion. Or links unless permitted, so I guess it doesn't necessarily count. But it is plug. No plug. You're not here to promote nobody in my there are rules. I'm pretty sure every chat has rules. You kind of have to accept them before you send a message here, but you know. I think in my bio as well, I also have rules listed there. It's why I don't allow people to post links.
疑問を抱くべからず深く考えるべからずお二方がここに入った瞬間から全てが定まっているのです。束の間の安らぎをゆっくり楽しんでください。第1回の試合は間もなく開始してしまいますが、あなたたちは仲間を見つけましたか？や
Guys!
まあいいオイラたちは最高の仲間だぜ。あら？でも
Come on, man. We just spoke about this.
一人の参加者として登録されているようですが。旅人と
Skip water. We don't need no water.
そう書いてあります。
Apparently, we don't need to follow the rules either. You're not allowed to post links. The thing is, like, Mao, you can. I think VIPs and mods can post links.
イットのやつが消えていなかったらあいつと組めたのに。
Don't be a dick. I mean, yeah.
どうすればいいんだ？
It's a pretty good rule.
まだ相手の決まっていない選手がいるよ。
Yeah, but you're still, like, asking me to, like, share it and stuff like that. So, like, it's promotion, right? If you had just made the suggestion, be like, hey, I recommend this game for you. I think you'd enjoy it. That's different.
失敗と判定されますので。そんな。
But you asking me to spread it and saying, oh yeah, it needs support, you know, like that's promotion. You didn't advertise? No, but you spoke about your stream in my chat. So like that's what it means. If you self-plug, it's because you're mentioning your content in someone else's chat. So it's not like saying, hey guys, I'm streaming now, come watch my stream, but it's also like, hey guys, I stream. So like if I did that to someone else, that would be really rude. So I don't. I never talk about my stream. If the streamer asks, if they're like, oh hey, you stream? Because like some people will, or some mods will sometimes shout out people, like if they know that that person's a streamer, they'll shout them out, and I'll be like, oh shit, what? It's not yours. Okay, Maestro, I'm not having an argument with you. I'm not having this discussion anymore because, like I said, you're a repeat offender. And now you're arguing with me about my rules in my chat, in my stream. Like, I'm not here to have an argument about my rules. I've decided my rules, and that's it. Like, I don't need to explain. And I don't need to argue with people to say, this is the rule. Right? So, like, it just spoils it, right? If I have to constantly argue with you about... I explained to you, I said this is breaking the rules, I don't want you to do it, and you continue to then argue with me about it, like, just don't be here then. If you're not happy with how I run things, then go. Because that's not what I want. No pluggies, thank you, Dan. God damn. I'm not asking for a lot. This is my stream. It's my chat. Dan knows all about the no pluggies because he's also a repeat offender. So let me go. Like, honestly, I don't need to justify my rules. Please be sorry. What do you mean? Repeat? Yes, Dan. That's why it's a meme, because we keep teasing you about it. But yes, let me go change my phrasing. Since people want to argue with me about my rules, I'm gonna go change them. Absolutely no promotion of anything. I don't give a fuck what it is. If you're gonna make a game recommendation, fine. But anything else, ha. And to argue with me as well? Oh, no. Go argue with someone else if you want to. I just can't remember where you said it. Tato is the law. If you promote your friend's dog, it's instant ban. You have not provided a picture of the dog, you know? Ban. Go away. Be gone. You can't mention dog and not provide the dog tax. Straight to jail. Do not pass begin. Do not collect 200. If you get a picture of the dog, I mean, you have to share it with us, right? Where do you even change the rules? I need to go be very pedantic now because I apparently have to argue with people about promotion. You can't type today? I mean, don't worry, I can't read today, Peanut, so it's okay, right? I don't think I have a rules thing. Yeah. Maybe I should have one. And I just have it set up on my stream deck for people who want to argue with me. Go argue in your own chats. If that's how it's gonna be. I'm just gonna turn some music on because I'm just sitting here like Madge. we gonna just, I'm gonna sit down for a second at my table and we're just gonna turn that down a bit because that shit's loud. Ah! Only one stan? I don't know about that. Ah! Thank you for the head pats. I actually don't know where he changed rules, to be honest. Stream? I don't know why I have to be pedantic about this. I don't know why. They swallowed a fly. No promotion. None. Hoot heck. Oh, you're winning, son. Hi, Odai. I'm just having like a... Hey! I'm having a moment because I have to keep arguing with people about promoting in my chat, and I'm just like, I'm not doing that anymore. I'm tired. I'm old, and I'm not doing it. It's not happening. How are you doing, Odite? No worries, Nick. Enjoy the foods. Okay. Promote. Yeah, like saying, oh yeah, this person's streaming, this person's, I stream, da 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 da, and I'm like, even if it's not blatant, it's still annoying. Like, please don't. Okay, we can turn off the music again because we're gonna go play Genshin. But in any case, in case anyone needed a refresher course on promoting in someone else's chat, just don't. Just do not. That's all there is to it. And the thing is, like, you do it in my chat. I know you're doing it in other people's chats as well. Okay, so I have to pick a partner. I get Papa, Ayaya, or Kazu. You can't promote English Paimon? No, actually that's an instant ban frag. Like, we don't believe in English Paimon here. Shameless self-promoting. Yeah, but even like promoting other things. Also, where's my VTuber? Why is she sitting on the floor? Like... But yeah, it is shameless. Just ban or time them out. The thing is, like, I try and be patient with people and I'll say to them, like, hey man, please don't do that. And then they're just like, oh, sorry. No one knows. No one knows. No one reads the rules, alright? Ever. Your game finished updating, but now it's updating again. Once you open the launcher, it updates again. Promote muted Paimon? Yes. That's the only Paimon we allow. Also, it smells like someone's cooking onions. One of my neighbors is cooking now. It smells tasty. They say sorry, but they're not. Because they already met their goal by getting their promotion out. Yeah. The thing is, like, it's the repeat offenders for me. Like, if I've already asked you not to do that and you do it again, I'm just like, bro. Please, give me peace. So, yeah. I mean, I already don't allow links. Is Yoda back? You want to know what he ate? He's not back yet, no. As soon as Yoda is back, I will ask him what he had. Paimon is emergency food? Exactly, and food shouldn't speak, so... Yay! You once accidentally posted a Twitch link. Yeah, I accidentally posted a Twitter post in someone's chat once because I thought I copied my raid message. In fact, it was Timor's stream. I posted a Twitter thing and it wasn't anything in particular. It was like for the VTuber model that I'm using. Yeah, I posted it in Timor's chat because I forgot to pick up the raid message. But thankfully one of his mods like deleted it really quickly. I was like panic. I was like, please delete. You time them out first time and ban repeat offenders. See, that's what I'm supposed to do, Odite. But I'm also like, I don't know. I'm scared to like time out and ban people. Cause like, I don't know. I'm just like, oh, well, maybe they didn't know. But at the same time, I'm like, you have to accept the rules before you send a message in the chat, right? So they should know. But apparently people don't read that shit. You had a full chicken from Woolworths? Ooh. Oh, yeah, actually, I had that the other day. It wasn't a Woolies chicken because I'm not Lani, but it was a roast chicken that we mixed with some mayo. We had tuna mayo. I said this yesterday as well. Chicken mayo. I had chicken mayo this week. Super tasty. Just buy the whole roast chicken and then use it over a couple days. Very nice. Anyway, breathe, Tato, breathe. If I've missed any messages, apologies. Your cat is in front of you. Is your cat's butthole in your face? Because they have a habit of doing that. It's a standard thing across Twitch that you don't self-promote. Yes. Even if you're not self-promoting, like, don't promote other people either. Like, don't be like, oh yeah, I was watching so-and-so stream. I'm like, okay. Cool. I don't know, man. I find that to be... promoting someone else, it's on the same level as promoting yourself in someone else's chat. They're like, sometimes people will be like, okay, well, I'm gonna go watch this person's stream now. And I'm just like, what the fuck? Be gone, thought! I know Hooded has done that, but it's okay. I forgive Hooded. I think he was just talking about Sid anyway, who I think we were talking about at the time anyway, so it's fine. Doesn't matter. It's okay. Jargon doesn't forgive. Jargon and Mao, yeah, they don't forgive. They don't... Well, I was going to say they don't forget, but honestly, I don't think any of us remember anything. Get a tough admin that swings a banhammer. No one reads the rules. It's true, Odite. No one reads the rules. It just makes it easier to yeet them since it's their fault for not reading. Y'all are harsh, man. I can't do that. You posted your client's server remote ID. Oh, username and password. Oh my gosh, Peanuts. Did you get it deleted fast enough? It's basic stream etiquette. It is. It is. Mao holds grudges. Put them in the sauce. Wait, what? Wait, what sauce? I want to be lost in the sauce right now. My cat is sniffing your VTuber. It's kind of funny. Oh, but that's kind of cute though. You had to ping mods? Oh shit. Sorry, Peanuts. Ban sauce? Yeah. Jargon and Mao. They got the ban hammer. And they can make sauce out of the peepos who don't follow the rules. Yeah, man, like... You just changed their password? Okay, that's good. At least. At least you did that. But, yeah... I don't know. I'm just tired of asking people to not do that, you know? Because, like, every now and then there's, like, waves of people doing it. And it's like, did they forget the rules from the last time I, like, shouted at them for doing it? Like... Because some people they'll say sorry and then they do it again. And then again and again. And I'm like, Who is Source? Why are they getting banned? Listen, I don't know, Hooded. Oh shit. So I think those are the rules that's on like my profile. Also, Jargon, sorry to be a pain. Can I ask you to remove the self out of that rules thing? If it's not difficult, I don't know. Because I don't want people promoting other people unless I fucking ask. Right? Anyway, I'm tired of being salty about people just not giving a fuck. Because I try not to be like pedantic about it, but like honestly. Thank you. I think it's like some of you have said, like it's common etiquette, right? Like if Maestro had just said, hey, I'm recommending this to you, 10 out of 10, but then asking me to like share it and like try and get backers for the thing and like get support, like nah. Anyway, you are Source? Okay. Raven is the Source now. Time to get Potato Hammer. No, Potato's shy with the hammer. I did have a bad day this week where I just straight up banned 2 people. Like, did not hesitate. I was like, no, I'm done. I just banned them. I was like, I'm done. Ain't no time. Ain't no fucks. If she was too hard, I would not be here now. I was just trying to be funny, but I did it wrongly. I don't even remember what you did, Dan. I just like teasing you. Like, how your sub is well exceeding your follow age. You remember? Jargon doesn't forget. Jargon never forgets. There's a Pluggies channel in Discord. Exactly. Like we have 2 channels. The one, it promotes any person on my server who streams, your thing gets shouted out, right? And then we have another one if you do something else. If you have like an online store, if you make content on YouTube, like all of that stuff goes there. Am I stuck in this? Apparently. Like, you can do whatever in that Pluggies channel. Do I need to... Oh, he follows me. So, like, it's not that I don't support people, right? But, like, there's a time and a place. Jargon is just quicker. But thank you, guys. Because honestly, I feel like an arsehole every time I have to bring that shit up. I'm like, I shouldn't have to feel like I'm an arsehole in my own chat for it. Every source combined in a big pot? Oh no. That sounds like a very brown sauce. There's like signs going everywhere. Ain't nobody got time for that. Ain't nobody got time for that. Ain't nobody got time. Ain't nobody got time. Ain't nobody got time for that. Hi, garbage. Your follow age is way longer. I think I've caught up with chat. If I missed anything, sorry. Brown sauce, yeah. Brown sauce makes the brown sauce. Oh? Why is Ushi behind us? Ushi's just twerking. Oh man. Kazu's like, nah, son. Oh man. He just following? Twerked himself to death. Oh, this way? Oh? I don't know what's going on. I'm not gonna lie. I have no idea. He self-destructed with a twerk.
でそんなことわかるんだ？
空気中にある種の甘い匂いが漂っているゆえ。
Just keep Kazuha following forever. Yeah. Just walk out of the area with Kazuha and be like, you're coming home with me now. I don't have you yet. Come home with me, please.
あそこにあるぞ。よかったぜ。オイラたちが一番乗りだなんてな。でもこのかかしは一体何に使うんだ？
気をつけるがよい。
うわー、立ち上がったぞ。生きてるの？なんだよ。最後にオイラをビビらせ
Walk slowly to tire Kazuha's poor little legs. Listen here, Hooded. I'm pretty sure Kazuha is about my size. He looks teeny tiny. I'm actually curious. I'm gonna Google it quick. How tall is Kazuha?
想像よりも難しくなかったようでござるな。なれど、お主らと一緒に体験できたのは
Oh my god, he is my height! He's like just a little bit shorter than I am. So I'm 157. He's 156.7. He's literally my height. Like just under my height, in fact. Oh my god. He's so tiny! And I can say that because he's my height. And I am tiny. I am pocket-sized. He eats himself into the air with his E to compensate. Oh my god. You can carry him? Why you don't carry me? The fuck, Mao?
代わりによろしく伝えておいてくれぬか。団子牛乳は大量にあるゆえ、拙者は半分を持って帰るとしよう。
Among other characters with a teenage build, Kazuha is just slightly taller. I have a teenage-sized body. I'm so offended right now. He's slightly taller than most of them, who are in the 151, 154 centimeter range. Whoa! What is this soft mommy? I'm so used to the lifeless Raiden. This is weird. You're tall? How tall? What is tall? I'm below the average for my country, so that's cool, I guess. I'm small. Can I put you in my pocket? Oh, yes! I love saying that to people who are smaller than me, Odites. There's not a lot. There's not a lot, but there are some people who are smaller than me, and I ask if I can put them in my pocket and feed them snacks, because that's what you do with small things, right? You put them in your pocket and feed them. 200? Damn, okay. That is very tall. When God comes to watch your tests. Actually, yeah. I sometimes forget that she's a god. She's so soft. Whoa, you pick Genshin? I thought you were a Pokemon streamer. Crazy Mug, you were here yesterday when I was playing Genshin. What are you talking about? Also, how you doing? How's, guys? If anyone wants to answer this question, please feel free to do so, because it's one of my favorite questions to ask people. How's the weather today? This evening, this afternoon, this morning, wherever you are in this wonderful world. How is the weather? I love asking about the weather. Please tell me what the weather is like. For me, it is hot, humid, not stormy today for a change, but it's hot as fuck. And I'm sitting here with like shorts, but also a sweater because I'm confusioned. But like, yeah. Please tell me, because I'm nosy. Imagine your test being graded by the gods. Oh man. I wonder if she'd be lenient. She seems soft now. Like soft baby. It's a mega human. I've heard, actually, Garbage, I've heard that you've had really bad storms lately. Like this past week, you've had like insane, I don't know if you've had flooding, but like actual thunderstorms, which is not common for your area. Wah! Yaku! It's colder than your heart outside. Whoops. Thank you, Yaku. Very confusing.
標的に命中させるという昔のお祭りで流行った遊びです。誠も昔、
あ、誠。
あの頃は、結構まだいましたし、稲妻の夜も今よりずっと賑やかなものでした。妖怪たちはよくお祭りを開きました。
お祭り Festival。
お酒を飲んではしゃいだり、即興で演奏したり。
Sadness is real. It's almost 3 a.m. for you? You must be in Asia, right? No, no, no. Other side. No? Yeah, Asia. Or the other side of America? I don't know what the other side of America is. I only know the East Coast side of time. I don't know what the time difference is. From one side of America to the other, but I know that there's a difference. I just have no reason to learn the other side of America. Oh, you live in Japan? Shit. Are you enjoying it? I know that it's very humid there. Oh, to the beach? Let's go to the beach. The prime garbage. Only the highest of quality garbages. It does sound mean, and I hate calling him that, but, you know, it's his name. What am I supposed to do? Oh man, why is she so soft? Now I want to play with her more. Do you guys remember when we thought she was gonna kill Kazuha? Like, what, 2 years ago? Beach episode? Oh, man. In America, it's anywhere between 10 a.m. and 1 p.m. Yeah. So East Coast would be 1 p.m. now. Yee boy. Sorry, I did miss some messages. You got 40 minutes left to complete your lesson. Hooded, you better get on that shit, man. You better already be done, actually. But yeah, 3 a.m. in the morning, I think that's not a bad temperature. 7's not bad. As long as you can be warm in bed at 3 a.m. 5 minutes until the great darkness comes for me. Yeah, I think mine's also going off. I just hope that my PC actually stays on. Because I think, yeah, mine's going off at 8. But I'm going to continue streaming. And I'm going to hope that it works. Yeah, it's 8 to 10:30. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to switch my PC into what I call load shedding mode so long. So I'm going to have to read chat on my phone. So apologies in advance. 1, if I miss messages, and 2, if I take a while to reply. It's just because I have the mobile delay. I don't know how to get around that, to be honest. So, yeah. Sucks to suck, I guess. It sucks to suck. But yeah, so just to let y'all know. That's what we be doing. Do you not live in America? Do I sound American? That's like an honest question. I live in South Africa. Oh, hello, darkness, my old friend. If you guys don't know, in South Africa we have something called load shedding. It's basically just rolling blackouts. I'm gonna close captions for now. Hehehe, close captions. I'm gonna close my browser. I'm gonna close as many things as I can. Things I don't need open. Hello? There we go. Okay, I need the VTuber, I need the OBS, and I need that. What else can I close? Is there anything else? Not really. Well, hopefully my PC doesn't restart, because that always causes shit for me. You do kind of seem American? No ways, man. I wish you'd sound American. I can say tomato. Does that count? I can't do accents like people have asked me to in the past, and I don't know how. Tomato doesn't count. What about dance? I can say dance. No, I'm South African. I am from South Africa. It is hot here. It is hot, it is humid, it is middle of summer, but it is also cold at the same time somehow. So that's why I'm wearing shorts and a sweater, because I don't know what the weather is anymore. In some places in America, they did rolling blackouts in the winter to keep the power from going out. Ah, yes. Well, I mean, we've had this for the last, what, 17 years? So it's kind of normal here, unfortunately. It still sucks, though. I can't do I can't. Hilariously in Texas, where the billionaires are. Was it only in Texas that they had the blackouts? Picnic? Is that what she said? You're the scariest Oni ever. You thought it was seasonal? Nah, son. If you Google South African power crisis, there's literally a Wikipedia article on it. How embarrassing. I'm not even mad anymore. I'm just embarrassed. Just straight up embarrassed. Also, the best part is, Hassan and I were having a discussion earlier today on the Discord, and he Googled to see, but my country still sells electricity to neighboring countries during all of our, we call it load shedding, which is a dirty name, but you know, it is what it is. Our country sells electricity, but will not supply it to the people of this country. Like, what? Honestly, make it make sense. Somebody, anybody, like... The thing is, like, they're already getting money from us. We're already paying them to not have electricity. So, you know, why don't they just get more money from other people? You have load of shed just now. Oh, sorry, Giga Watson. My power's going off soonish. Hopefully my PC stays on. You guys are just gonna have to let me know if there's anything wrong with my stream, because I won't be able to see my OBS for the next 2 hours. That's messed up. It is, Crazy Mug. I knew that they were selling it years ago, but I didn't know they were still doing it. Like, we're literally in stage 6. That means somewhere between like 10 to 12 hours. I think it's like 10 to 11 and a half hours or something, because we have 2 4.5 blocks and then a 2.5 block. But I'm not very good at math, so I think that's something like 11.5. That's almost half my day. No electricity. And that's only stage 6. They spoke earlier this year about implementing like stage 15. Jesus Christ. Just turn off all, just turn everything off. At that point, just, if it goes past stage 8, just turn it all off. And then take as long as you need to fix it, because fuck everyone, I guess. 9 hours of 0 electricity. Yeah, so during like the day, during stage 6, we typically have 2 4.5 hour blocks. So that's 9 hours during like what I call waking hours. So when I'm actually awake, because sometimes it'll be off like 4 a.m. to 8 a.m. and then it doesn't affect me, but still. Stage 15, removing the light in your eyes. Oh my god, Giga Watson. It's funny, but it's true. God. It's actually depressing to think about it. Does your country have unlimited phone data? No, actually, you know, because the data here is actually very expensive, like ridiculously expensive. It's painfully expensive to use mobile data here. Compared to even other African countries, we pay ridiculous prices. Not only that, but the utility company, like for electricity here, keeps increasing the price of electricity as well. They this year did a, I think it was like 32% price hike. They are talking about doing a 35% on top of that. Paimon. Oh my god. That's actually fucking hilarious. At stage 10, Escon comes to your house and blows out your candles. Yeah, at stage 8, they just come to your house and unplug everything. They just pull the sockets. They pull the plugs out the sockets. Japan isn't the only country. Isn't super expensive, but you don't have unlimited. Are there countries that have unlimited data? Like, I mean, you pay for it. What do you mean unlimited? We have unlimited data plans, I guess, but like, you pay for it. You pay out your asshole. You pay a lot of money for that kind of stuff. So, I'm on what's considered a relatively cheap I still can't get over... I still cannot get over the fact that they both ran away from each other when Paimon said ghosts. Oh, man. It isn't that expensive here. It's worth it. Yeah, I just buy every now and then, because I don't leave the house often, I don't really need it. But every now and then I'll just buy like 2 gigs, and it's like... 100 and... I think it's like 170 rand for 2 gigs. I don't know what that is in your currencies, but yeah. But yeah, I've been told that our data is pretty expensive. Oh, they don't have any unlimited data? Oh, that's so strange. I know we have. Like, I'm pretty sure my actual, like, internet, my home internet, that's unlimited. But for my phone, I just, every now and then, I'll buy 2 gigs. And hope that it lasts me a couple months. Because, like I said, I don't really leave the house much. Sorry if I didn't understand what you were saying earlier. Like, I'm trying to read it on my phone, but it's a bit small. But yeah, it's apparently expensive here. I don't know. Because I haven't really had to compare it to other places. I saw a discussion on Twitter where people from other African countries were like, yo, why you guys pay so much for data? And I'm just like, what do you mean? And I'm on what I said, like the cheapest ISP. For my phone. I don't know about our home. Unlimited Wi-Fi? Ah. Prepaid data also expires? Yeah, it's bullshit. Like, I paid for it. Why does it expire? What do you mean? Yeah, there's a lot of fucking weird shit in South Africa. But I have also, because I follow a lot of subs on Reddit, a lot of people will move out of South Africa and then come back here because somehow it's better, and I don't understand that. They like move to the UK, and I don't know about Australia or Asia or America, but like people from like European countries and Britain, like they'll move back here, and I'm just like, why? Okay, Britain I can understand. Apologies to any Brits in the chat, but like, yeah. Stockholm Syndrome. Yes. Oh man, that's funny. South Africa is notoriously the most expensive. It is. Yeah, I'm pretty sure. It's expensive, it expires. A lot of the time it doesn't work. Unlimited, but only 2 gigabytes per day at high speed. Ah, interesting. I don't use that much data, to be fair. Because I have Wi-Fi at home, I'll just use the Wi-Fi. And because we have an inverter that keeps the electricity on, so like, that one's not too much of an issue. Subs and Toms, they all come back. Jargon. Oh, it's yeah, we need Mrs. Balls. That's why everyone comes back, because they can't get Mrs. Balls in other countries. Y'all just are missing out. If you don't know what Mrs. Balls is, I'm sorry. And this pigeon? What a creepo. It depends on the person. You go thinking you won't enjoy it, then you won't go. Go there, think it'll be awesome, then it'll be awesome. Yeah, I mean, your attitude definitely is a big part of it. Like, I don't know. Well, I'm moving to Cape Town soon, and I'm like, I can't wait to move. So I'm very excited about it. So I hope it's good. Why does Paimon look so tall? She does look a little bit long. Maybe she's growing up. You'll order some and lure us all over. Just be like, hey guys, I have Mrs. Balls. In other countries, in New Zealand, you have South African shops. Yeah, I know in Are we back? Sorry guys, I had to reset my stream key. I don't know if we're back. Okay, it looks like we're back. Sorry about that. What?
Question mark.
Question mark? Aratakito. He's my favorite VTuber too. Yeah, sorry about that, guys. So when I don't know why, but for some reason, when we switch from like the electrics to the inverter, my PC always like trips. Well, not trips, but like because there's like an interrupt to the flow or whatever. It'll, yeah, basically what happened. Like, my PC will reboot. Like, not every time, so that's why, like, I never really know what causes it to happen, but this time it happened. So, yeah. That's why I have to reset my stream key and then come back. This is what happens when you ask why Paimon looks tall. I imagine Arataki Ito VTuber would just be Yoda. Do you not have a UPS? No, I don't have a UPS, but we have an inverter, so my PC's just like plugged into that. But for whatever reason, and it never happens to Ray, it only ever happens to my PC. So I don't know why it happens. I have no idea. Don't know why he's broken. My blankie's gone, but it's fine. Can't be asked to fix it. We're here now. It's okay. I just can't see very well. So yeah. The thing is, like, hooded, it shouldn't. It shouldn't be interrupted. Oh, I have to do this again. It shouldn't be interrupted. It should, because it doesn't always happen. It's just sometimes, and especially when I'm streaming. So I don't know if it's like the draw on power that makes it trip. I've had it sometimes when I'm streaming that it won't do that. But like, yeah. So Ray's computer never gets rebooted, but mine does. So it's not expected, but I do also expect it to happen, even if I do prepare. But it should just immediately switch over. Probably just how your PSU handles it. Yeah, Ray and I have spoken about it before. We don't really know Well, I don't know enough about this kind of stuff to change anything, but maybe I need a better one or a bigger one. I'm honestly not too sure. long Paimon. She is long though. Oh.
Hero27_creations screamed power surge maybe. Do you have surge protector plugs?
I do. The thing is, like, both my computer and Ray's computer are plugged in. We both use the power surge protectors. But Ray's computer never reboots. But we do both have the power surge protector plug thingies. No plugs. No pluggies! How could you? No pluggies, how could you? Hero. Unbelievable. Your save data is on North America. Oh! She's spooky. I like how I got stuck doing this event when this is not what I wanted to do tonight. But cool. I guess we're here now. Ooh! Kaeru! Okay, she kinda cool though. Really? We got drugged again? We're not even in Samira and we got drugged. But yes, I have no idea why I trip. Not every time. Sometimes. Ray doesn't. But the setup is exactly the same, so, you know. What? Why introduction? Her eyes are so big there. I don't know if I believe that. I feel like she's called emergency food for a reason. The illusion of choice. No shit, homie. Do criminals hang around the scene of the crime? So much for being a detective. The engineer in you wants to come and fiddle and fix it. I don't know, like... I appreciate it. I do appreciate it. But yeah, like... Because I'm not very, like, technical... I wouldn't even know what to say, to be honest. Like... Why it's not working. Ray said it might be because I am further away from the inverter, and the extension cable is actually quite long between where the inverter is and where I am, because it has to be run like from the living room to my room. So he said it might be that because of the distance, it could be an issue. Everybody wants to fix it? Just gonna have a group of people standing around. It's all those sketchy websites you visit. I mean, yes, that does sound like the reason. Get plane tickets. Everyone's just gonna come here and fix it. A party in the dark. Trying to figure out why my computer trips. So we don't have the exact same setup. Like we're both on an extension cable from the inverter, and we both have like the multi-plug that's the power surge protector. But I'm like probably 15 meters away worth of 15 maybe is too much. 10, somewhere between 10 and 15 meters away from the inverter in terms of extension cable. As the crow flies much closer, but we have to like keep the cables out of Sky's way so he doesn't trip on them. Me as well, to be fair, because Lord knows I'd trip on them. So we had to like feed it behind things and stuff. But our computer's also different. Like I think his computer's beefier than mine. And I think our power supplies are different. But again, I'm not technical enough to know what could be causing an issue. Hello, back. How was dinner? Did you have something tasty? No blankie? Yeah. It's too hot for blankie now. I'm going with that excuse. It got too hot. I had to put the blankie down. And there's a mosquito in my room. I'm gonna go cry. Escom took it. Escom. The electricity was not enough. They took the blankie too. They just came into my house and took my blankie away. Unbelievable. You had taco! Nice. I haven't had tacos in a long time. So basically, he just told me to calm my tits. Like, okay, dude. Oh? Oh, it's not even fully unlocked? Fuck. Imagine having your blanket, right? Can't even have my blankie? Unbelievable. Okay, can I go back and do the other quest now? Because this is what I want to do, but I keep getting stuck behind other things. Okay, let's go do this one. I'll do that event when I get back. Gosh, anyway. You still can't play? It's still updating? Woof. Woof. So it's because I think it was Ayaka or Kazuha. It was Kazuha, right? We were talking to Kazuha. That's why I got stuck behind the event thing. Or maybe it was Ayaka. I have no idea. In any case, please heal your Cookie. No, Cookie is optimal at focal health. If her bar is not red, you're not playing her properly. No. Focal. Focal. I teach you. Focal. It means... Oh, I'm on the... Fuck, man. This is still Ray's account. I keep forgetting. Okay, if you guys see Bear Wrangler manga, that is... It's my boyfriend's alt account, which I've forgotten to log out of. Just ignore that fact, okay? But focal, it means nothing. There is focal health. Cookie has focal health. She has, like, no health. I don't know if I explained that properly. I'm not Afrikaans.
そのように私を見てどうしたんです？
Having tacos for dinner on a Friday is normal in Norway? Really? Taco Fridays? Oh my god. It means fuck all. What? Oh, is Ray sending messages now?
いいですよ。
What's get? Are you guys just putting
聞いた
stars?
ことがあるので
Yeah, Ray's
あ
hacked.
の旅人さんで
I don't want to try and I don't want to try and log into my Twitch now because I don't want to log into I don't want to log into my account now because I'm gonna have to fight with my last pass. Wait, why is it? Are you guys writing fuck? South Africa has fuck all energy? Exactly.
あなたのおかげでお二人とも元気ですよ。お嬢様は近頃
Alright, the power's out now. That's why Ray's on.
しています。
That makes sense.
時には奉行様を手伝って民間の組合にも顔を出している。奉行様の方は
48 hours? Listen, if you want me to do 48 hours, you're gonna have to carry my ass to the car on Monday morning at 3 a.m. So bear that in mind, sir. Mr. Bear Angler. Bear that in mind. You're gonna have to drag me. What are you guys even posting? No pluggies. No pluggies.
他に聞きたいこと
Banning for hacking and plugging? Oh my goodness.
どういたしまして。あなたがとても忙しいと伺っていなければ、奉行府によく来るようお誘いしていたところですよ。
Because of you guys
ところ
playing shenanigans in the chat, I haven't been reading this at all. I have no idea what's going on.
あなたのようなお友達ができたことをとても嬉しく思っていらっしゃるようです。それに
But also, will I still be able to read the chat if you ban this account? Please don't.
であるともおっしゃっていました。
Because then I have to try and log into mine and I'm lazy.
稲妻に来られてからどれも
Oh, sorry.
心の底から
おばあちゃん。
思っていることです
Hi, Mama Eve. How are you doing?
奉行様がお食事をなさるときはいつも
Imagine banning someone.
付き添っていらっしゃる
I can't do that now. Fuck.
その横でお二方の
I need to make this account because Ray's other account is a mod, but not this one.
焦りを感じる人
It's bananas. Yes. This shit is bananas. This man has to live with me and he still plays sound alerts. You're gonna get food and come back? You know, you should be sleeping. But yes, go get some foods. Thank you for the luckies, Mama Eve. You already slept? Oh my goodness. Okay, fair, I guess. I guess it is Saturday, so waking up at 3 a.m., right? I have to do that on Monday morning. I think I have to wake up at 3 a.m. and be in the car by like 3:30 or something. I don't know. Sleep is for the week, not the weekend. Oh my god, it's true. Yoda, what did you have for dinner, homie? How do I get rid of ancient rhyme? What is ancient rhyme? You ended up having curry? Yoda. No food pluggies. Oh my god, Dan. Are you the pluggy police now? I need to give Dan a sword so he can just be pluggy police. He's only allowed to ban people who plug. Not allowed to do any other mod duties. Only ban people who plug. Dan the pluggy police.
それは良かったです。ありがとうございます。
Ice block that doesn't get killed by pyro. Oh, so Frag, there's these like red crystals laying around. So you break the red crystal, there's a thing that you pick up, and I think it's a little red thing that floats around you, and then you go and hit something. It doesn't have to be with pyro, you can literally just hit with like a normal attack, but you need to have that red crystal on you. Let me know if that does work.
もちろんいいですとも。
Also, Yoda, what kind of curry did you have? My one friend in high school, her parents used to feed me like fucked up, and I was vegan at the time, so like they were very careful about what they fed me. But there was this one dish that they made the one time. It was like potatoes and beans. Oh my god, I still think about it sometimes. I was told we were having pasta, and then I see a pot of mutton curry.
わかりました。また今度。
I mean, I'd rather have curry than pasta, but you know, different strokes for different folks. Bean curry? I mean, yeah, it had beans in it, so... But the potatoes? Oh, the potatoes were so well cooked. It was so fucking good. But I still think about it. Okay, what can we get from this bitch? Whoa! Oh! Excuse me. Mind your butthole. Oh, because we're talking about beans. I mean, fair. What is this? Refinement material? Oh! For the weapon? Where weapon? Give weapon. Also, the mobile delay is insane, guys. What? When did I say that? Oh my god, I'm watching an advert on my own stream. Oh, it was so short though. The fuck? That was weird. Anyway, welcome back me, I guess. Imagine watching an advert on your own stream. Please don't tell me it's the turtle with the milk. Oh, okay, I remember this one, actually. Do you guys want me to tell you? It worked. Oh, perfect. So I can give context for that, but do you want context? That's the question. Okay, so this is still the Archon quest, right? Yeah. Ah, sorry, Grandma. I wasn't listening to you at all. I got very distracted. You want context? Alright, so there was a game I was playing that I haven't actually played in a long time called Coral Island, and basically one of the... It's kind of like Stardew Valley, yeah? So one of the things was like exploring the ocean, and there's a bunch of turtles that like block your path, so you have to give them something to get them to fuck off and let you pass. And one of the turtles wanted milk. So I knew that at some point I would need to have milk to get past a certain stage, but because I didn't have cows, I was like not wanting to see that turtle yet. So I got upset. There's a mosquito in front of me. I got upset because I had reached the point where the turtle needed milk. So it was the turtle with the milk. If that makes sense. If that makes more sense now. It wasn't like funny or anything, but it was just like a weird thing for me to say. But basically it was a turtle that wanted a large bottle of milk, and I was like, you bastard. I don't have cows yet. Cows are so expensive, man. Not this guy. In my house, the curries you will find: mutton curry, bean curry, potato curry, the best kind, chicken curry, butter curry, lamb vindaloo, Rogan Josh, trotters, ooh, Cornish, probably more, I just can't remember. The more liked Rogan brother. Banana curry, oh my god. Yoda, when are you feeding me? Just next convention, please just bring me curry. Just explain to your mom. Be like, I have a friend. And that's all you need to say. Whoever does the cooking. Your mama, your grandma, don't matter. Your auntie, whoever does the cooking. Just be like, I have a friend. And they'll be like, okay, here. Take extra. Asian moms be like that. They just want to feed everyone. Even if you say you're full, they'll give you more. If your plate is empty, they will give you more. Even if you're not hungry, they will give you more. Hi, Brian Mister! How are you doing? You have a friend? Am I wrong? Asian moms be like that. They want to feed people. I don't think security will let me bring a Tupperware of curry into the con. You may have to explain. All these curries are actually North Indian style dishes, so I don't often get to have them. Ah! There was this really nice restaurant that I used to go to in, I think it was like Greenside or something. I can't remember now. But they had an Indian place there, and I can't tell you what style they had. But they had a lot of dishes with cauliflower. Oh. And they had like a lot of like vegan safe options. So we used to go there all the time when I was younger. But there was one dish in particular, and I cannot remember what it was called, but it had this like peppery coating on the cauliflower, and we would get that every fucking time because it was just so fucking tasty. But I always overate when we went to that restaurant because the food was just really good. Say it's for religious purposes. I wonder if you could get away with that. Even if you're not there, they will give you more. Exactly. Family North Indian descent. Ah, your dad's family? Oh, that's pretty cool. So the gobi part of that, yes, but I don't know the second part who did. That word is familiar, but not the second part. Just saw what happened. Are you okay? It's for religious purposes. Yeah, play that card. Play that card, Yoda. Gobi just means cauliflower. Well, you know, that makes a lot of sense then. That makes a lot of sense. I can't think of what it was called. I can try and find the restaurant. Like, I'll have to go and have a look and see if I can find it. But, oh man, they had such good shit, man. But, like, it wasn't like a batter as such, but it was like a coating of some kind. And it wasn't spicy. It was like, you know, like pepper? How do I explain? Like peppercorns, like black pepper or white pepper or something like that. It was like peppery. It wasn't like spicy, if that makes sense. Oh, you had surgery? Oh my goodness. I hope you heal up fast. I hope you feel better soon. And if I knew you had surgery and I forgot, sorry. You know, my brain is like a sieve, like a colander. Wouldn't necessarily call it strictly better, but it's definitely a whole different menu. Yeah, I know that's also a thing in China as well, because food in the north, south, east, and west, even central China, it's all different. You can go to maybe I would go so far as to say every city in China, like the bigger cities, and the difference between like rural and cities in China, everyone will have a different kind of dumpling. It's crazy, but it's also kind of cool. And I used to say to my students, like, I could spend my whole life in China and probably not see, like, everything that China has to offer. Which, to be honest, is kind of a sad way to look at it, because, like, that's just one country in the world. And, like, what about the rest of them? History lesson. No, thank you. I'm good. Why have I got... Oh. For some reason, Ray's chat box thingy had like filtering for like bad words. So that's why everything was just like blocked out for me. Ah. South Indian dishes are way different. Wouldn't call it... Oh wait, I already read that one. The ones who make these dishes in the north. Try to forget about it. Ah, sorry, Brymester. Yeah, feel better soon. You may have... Wait, said what? Oh my goodness. The thing is, like, chat was just, like, fucking nooming, so, like... I couldn't keep up. It's difficult on mobile, okay? Be nice. India has a huge population of vegetarians. 33%? And you're one of them? Oh shit, fam! You haven't eaten meat or fish your whole life? You know what's interesting? Some people call themselves vegetarians and then they eat fish, and I'm just like... You know a fish is an animal, right? Like... If you consider yourself a vegetarian but you eat fish, you're a pescatarian? But they call themselves vegetarians, that's the point. They don't call themselves pescatarian. And I'm just like, a fish is an animal. And I'm just like, okay. Okay, guy. No more being nice, only facts. I don't want facts. Then they're dumb. I mean, yeah. Chat Newman. I'm trying to read the chats. I'm trying to read the shit going on in the game, and I'm just like, what is happening? You're not going to remain vegetarian your whole life? You gotta try out all the stuff. I mean, yeah, I guess. Especially if you plan on traveling someday. I think it would be nice to, like, be able to try lots of different things. And it does make it a little bit different. Or, not different, difficult. Because you have to figure out, like, is this safe to eat kind of thing. You do you. So, Killer Nick, my issue is not what people eat, but it's how they label it. Like... If you're vegetarian but you eat fish, then you're not vegetarian, right? So that's the only distinction I would make. Like you said, you do you. I don't care what you actually eat, but like the way that you identify it, pretty important. Like, because if you tell someone vegetarian, but you're expecting to be eating fish, then you know, you can't be mad at them if they had a different expectation. Because there is a word for it. You know, if you eat fish. We don't call it vegetarian. But some people don't consider fish animals for some reason. And they're just like, no, I'm vegetarian. Eats fish. Like... But yes, I'm very much a believer in as long as you're not hurting anyone, do whatever makes you happy. It's not my business what other people do. I might have strong opinions about what they are doing, but at the same time, that doesn't mean I have any right to stop them from doing it. As long as the only important thing is that they are not hurting someone. Emotionally, physically, mentally, whatever the case may be. So like, if you want to eat a steak, go for it. Not my business. If you want to be vegan, also not my business. But also don't hurt people with whatever you're doing. Your game finally loaded? Oh my goodness. What was, I can't remember if I asked you, you know. What characters do you like to play with? What about liking feet? Oh my, I'm gonna ban you, crazy mug. Get out of here. Only friends may post their feet in the chat, so... No! But you know what's great? Do you know what's great? Is that I can't even see that Kappa Gen. I'm fine. I'm actually immune to it currently. Because I can't see it. Travelers, you're only 5-star? Oh, damn. Also, welcome back, Yoda. Not these guys again. Oh.
ぜひまた僕たちの話に参加してくれ。
いいけど、何を話せばいいの？
Because we've been jumping between all the quests, I actually don't know what I'm doing anymore. I'm completely fucking lost.
タタラスナについてまだ聞きたいことがあるんだよな。ひひ。俺たちも話に混ざろうぜ。
Guys, if you haven't actually played in Chinese yet, I really recommend it. The Chinese Paimon alone is fucking adorable. If for any reason you consider changing to Chinese, do it for Chinese Paimon. She's very cute. Is it okay to ask about Tower Fantasy? I mean, you can ask, but I don't play it. So, Giga Watson, I wouldn't be able to help you if you have, like, a question about it. You gotta go, Killer no worries. Have a good one. Take care of yourself. But yeah, I don't know Tower Fantasy. I haven't played it since the first banner, which was, what, Nemesis? But I can redirect you to someone who does play it. Or, I want to say used to. I don't know if he still plays it. But, yeah, I'm not familiar with Tower Fantasy anymore. You forgot it exists. I think about it every now and then. Because I kind of enjoyed the combat. And the exploration was fun. You log in weekly? What? Your controller disconnected, so you have to restart. So you play on console? I don't really, but I think about it for the free stuff. I used to do that for Guild Wars, but Guild Wars is so badly infested with bots these days, I'm just like, is there even any fucking point? Does the free stuff actually, like, count for anything at all when there's so many bots? Oh, you play on PC but use a controller? Ah. I tried. I felt really stupid trying to play on controller. So I gave up very quickly. I was like, I can't do this. Stream elements plugging mods. You recently discovered it? But some are mad about them legit copying Genshin. I mean, I don't know if you know this, Giga Watson, but there was a lot of comparing Genshin Impact to, what is it called? Breath of the Wild, which is Legend of Zelda. And yeah, you know, I see it as well. You know, you can draw like comparisons between the two. But in the end, they're actually very different games. So I guess do with that information what you will. But I played Tower Fantasy and came back to Genshin because I just enjoyed Genshin more at the end of the day. So that's just how I felt about it. But yes, I can't play Genshin on a controller. I did try, but it just made me feel really dumb. You tried banning them? What, banning the bot? Used to play on PS4? Ah, you learned with controller. That helps, definitely. PC games don't really feel right with controllers. I mean, there's some that do. Like, I played Little Nightmares on controller. That was pretty good. Tower Fantasy stole actual Genshin assets. Wait, really? For realsies? During certain times of day and or certain light, you can see MiHoYo on some of the in-game assets. Oh! For real? No ways. That's actually funny as fuck. They actually just completely lifted. Oh, that's embarrassing. That's actually very funny. Like, there was definitely a lot of, like, comparisons, but the fact that they actually just completely lifted things, that's funny. Like funny, unbelievable, not funny, haha, I guess. Hey, Nana! Na 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 na. Oh, they were sued? Oh my goodness. This mosquito has made a return. I mean, I can kind of understand it because riding the hype train while it's around, and like Genshin Impact is still doing really well. Like globally. Imagine mosquitoes. Oh man. I live in Africa, man. Mosquitoes are a big problem here. Oh. Yoda, are you okay? Yoda, don't press links. You had a tick on your body for half. Oh my god, are you okay? That's kind of spooky. I hope it wasn't one of the dangerous ones. There was once one... Huh? There was once... Oh my god. There once was one named the Balladeer, created by the Electro Archon. He was a puppet who lived among men. After a series of events in Tatarasina, the Balladeer, thinking he had been thrice betrayed, left Inazuma to roam the world beyond. With no trust for humans and only loathing for the gods, he bore his grudge for years as he grew in strength, then returned to Inazuma to take his revenge. He tried in vain to become a deity with a gnosis, and ended up losing everything. Finally, he entered Irminsul, I actually don't know how to say that word, and learned the truth behind his betrayal. Knowing now that his entire life was built on lies, he did the unthinkable in an attempt to reverse his tragic fate. Hi, Aki! How you doing, boo-boo? I don't know what exactly is Lyme disease, because I know in South Africa we have tick bite fever or biliary. Is Lyme disease something else? New keyboard, you press something and everything broke. Oh my god, Yoda. Swelling in the brain? Oh my god. Do we have Lyme disease in South Africa? I have no idea. An alpha-gal syndrome? I have no idea what that is. I only know that we have tick bite fever here. In animals, it's called biliary. Not your brain! Oh no, Hooded. Whatever will you do without your brain? Just continue living your life. You'll be fine, I think. You do not want tick bite fever? Yeah, it's quite bad. I don't remember what effect it has on you, but yeah, I know it's quite severe. Unknown. It may occur in humans. 2 cases. 2 cases only in East Africa. That's interesting. Hooded, you're probably fine. Don't worry too much about it. I would say don't worry. I would say maybe search online and see if you can find information like because I know about biliary / tick bite fever because it's what we have in South Africa, but I don't think we have Lyme disease here. Yeah, and especially like if you remove it quite quickly, I think it's not too much of an issue. But I would say if you are concerned, then just like search and see if there's like any diseases that they carry in your area. But otherwise, don't worry too much. Like I said, I don't think we have Lyme disease in South Africa. I don't think it's an issue here. I only learned about it when I was older. Not when I was older. Not when I was older. When I was younger, I heard about it, but we didn't have it here. But because there's it was confusing for me because they have lima beans. I don't know what they're called in South Africa, but they have lima beans and they have Lyme disease, and limes are a fruit. And I was just like, what the fuck is going on over there? They've got all kinds of shit with the same name going on. Anyway, as a child, I was confused. But now as an adult, I'm like, we don't have that problem here, so we're fine. I'm still trying to catch this mosquito. Okay, sorry guys. Your mom is a doctor? She didn't think, oh, okay, I mean, if your mom says it's okay, then it's probably fine. I wouldn't worry too much.
すでに死んだ人の歴史を変えることはできなかった。そうね、残氷は自分が裏切られたわけではなかったと知って、物語にあった。かつてタタラスナで暮らしていた人を友とみなしたのかもしれないわ。While it's cool that your mom is a doctor, it can also suck, because, like, you can't pretend to be sick. Because I feel like parents who are doctors are normally quite strict on their kids, at least from the people that I know. You can? Man, I guess maybe my friends were just unlucky then. Because their parents would be like, no, you're fine, go to school. Huh, I still don't know what alpha girl syndrome is, Giga Watson. But yeah, that sucks. You cook up whatever symptom and pretend to have it. Hooded. Shame on you. Because as soon as I was able to ride a motorcycle, I had to take myself to school. So from 16 years old until I finished university, I had to like be responsible for going to school. So of course I used to stay home all the time. I used to leave the house, wait for my parents to leave, and then I'd go back home. And then just spend the day playing games or like laying in bed. I did that a lot, and my parents had no idea. Like, when I say my parents just had no fucking idea, they really, truly had no fucking idea. They were so completely oblivious to everything that I did. I'm not surprised. The kind of childhood I had. They have an allergic reaction to red meat? Holy fuck. That sucks. They maybe just let you get away with it. I mean, fair. Some parents are very laid back about that kind of stuff. That's crazy. Oh my god. An allergy to meat? Peter threatened to release a bunch of ticks to cause that because they're fucking terrorists? Oh my god. They are. I read something somewhere that Peter put down more pets than like shelters or something. Because like there's a lot of no-kill shelters where they won't like euthanize, but Peter would like steal people's pets and put them down. And I was just like, what the fuck?
Amber's useful for playing golf. You want to get banned, Hooded? Because that's the quickest way to get banned here. Just smack talk Amber. They would ban me if they could, to be honest. Your wife was hospitalized? Oh, geez. It came into contact. Oh my gosh, so your wife has to deal with that, Giga Watson? I'm so sorry. It's quite scary, actually, dealing with, like, food allergies, because my boyfriend's allergic to shrimp. Oh, what is this cuteness? Oh my god. Guys, I'm not having a panic attack for how cute this drawing is. I had to pause because I was like freaking out from how cute this is. What the fuck is this cuteness? Holy shit. Okay. There once was a lone monster draped in fox fur. The monster found a family of foxes, joined them, and they became friends. The monster lived with the family day and night, and everyone treated it as one of their own. Oh man. Once in a while, the monster would take off its fox fur at night and lament to itself as it gazed at its reflection in the water. I'm a monstrosity, yet they are too foolish to see it. I pity them. I'm gonna cry if the foxes knew the entire time and just allowed this monster to live with them. I'm actually gonna fucking cry. Look how cute it is. Look at its little face. But the monster soon found solace when another came to live among the foxes, who was not their kin. A kitten, carved from the wood of a white tree, who had been abandoned by the humans. The kitten too wished to become a fox, but its tail was too slender and it could not grow a coat of richly colored fur. Yet when the other foxes saw this, they spoke words of comfort to the kitten. Even without a tail and fur like ours, you are still one of us. Nakamada! Furious at this happy resolution, the monster lit a fire on the mountain. The terrified animals panicked as the fire spread. The only way to extinguish the flames was to make a sacrifice. Sacrifice Kaya. A grey fox stood up and addressed the monster. It said, "You are the cleverest among us. Surely you can help us find a way to solve this." The monster smiled, led the fox towards the fire, and murdered it. The grey fox's heart was turned into a beautiful drop of water, clear, spotless, and pure. The monster gave the heart of water to the kitten, telling him, "The foxes have decided you are the one who must be sacrificed. Take this, quench the flames, and die for your foxkin." Is this Scaramucci kitten? The fire was extinguished, but the kitten lived. It left that side of the mountain and found a little bird who had a broken wing. Are you guys also crying? The two promised they would spend their whole lives together, but the little bird did not have long left to live. It passed away soon after. After burying the bird, the kitten left the mountain for good. Scaramouche. Never again would it cherish a single creature, nor a single blade of grass that stood on that mountain. The kitten spent the nights wandering aimlessly, gnashing its teeth at the moon. How it wished to swallow the moon and devour the moonlight. If the world could only return to darkness, then it would finally be peaceful and content. Oh man.
と安心を感じられる。僕は新たな
I will become the new moon, the answer to everything. Then no one will know that there was once birds, foxes, and cats in this world, and no one can know that they were different. Oh? Oh yeah?
その違いを知るものさえ。
Puss in Boots collab. Oh man. Scaramouche.
全て思い出した。
This is why cats are full of hate and rage. Yeah.
全力で残したバックアップは残氷自身の記憶だった。神になるため彼は大量の実験と改造を受け入れた。人形だったからこそあのような過酷な過程を耐えてこられたの。
This is giving me if everyone's super then no one is vibes.
この記憶は当時の学者たちが彼から抽出したものよ。残氷を警戒していたからこれを残したのかもしれないわ。神を想像するのは第一歩に過ぎず、天津さえ神を操ろうとする者もいた。私はそれらを自らの深い夢の中に保存した。そして書き起こした物語でさらに
I want my dreams to be contained in a little box like that so I can actually remember them. That would be pretty cool.
本当にそんな人がいたのか。そいつはオイラたちと何回も会ってて、いつもオイラたちと敵対してたのか。それなのにオイラは完全にそいつを忘れてた。残氷は降臨者に関する情報を探すのを手伝ってくれると約束したわ。それについての収穫はなかったけど、あなたの役に立つことはできたみたい。消失する前、彼は最も重要な手がかり。あなたの血縁者がかつてカーンルイヤに降臨したという情報を。
Your box is supposed to be your head, it's just faulty. Oh man. I guess.
世界中にある情報の変化がファデュイの上層部にどれだけの影響を与えるかはまだ不明ね。彼らは組織内にかつてそのような執行官がいたことを覚えていない。
Jargon has a new nickname.
その話だとオイラはそいつのことが好きじゃなかったみたいだけど、だからってそんな結末もオイラは好きじゃないぞ。それこそが知恵が全ての問題に答えられるわけではないことの証明よ。私たちは凝視し、認知し、理解していない問題にとらわれる。
Jog Jog Binks. Oh my god.
答えは一つだけではないの。この世の生命が求めているのは真実を追いかけ、困難を解決すること。真実をその人に返す。
And Jargon loves Star Wars. So that's pretty cool.
傍から見れば無駄なことだったかもしれないけれど、こうして自分が思う通りに消えることができたのは彼にとってきっとそれだけの意義があることだったの。
No, 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 no. Jargon says that I love Star Wars. That's a lie. He loves Star Wars. It's like his favorite franchise.
忘れないで。たとえ暗黒の雲の下を歩んでいても、どれだけ道が困難でも、知恵の灯火が私たちを良き結果へと導いてくれるわ。そしてこれはあなたがずっとやってきたことでもある。
Your defense is by the number of shirts you own. Many dresses. Jargon's got many Star Wars dresses.
今から何か食べに行ってもいいと思うぜ。いい考えね。タイも彼女を気晴らしに外に連れて行ってあげてくれないかしら。
R2D2 hip hugger dress? What?
オイラに任せろ。ほらほら、複雑な気持ちなのはオイラも分かってるから、今はちょっと外を歩
Also, I do own a shirt. I think it's Darth Vader on the shirt.
グランドバザールの屋台で食べ物を買って気分転換しようぜ。
Hi, Nana.
あんなことを覚えてるのがお前だけなんて確かにすごく悲しいよな。でもオイラがずっと一緒にいてやるぞ。一緒に話をしたらきっと良くなるさ。
I still don't trust Paimon, guys. That's why I'm using this information against you. Yeah, I do have one shirt. And I'm gonna be honest, guys, it's the exact same thing with like Harry Potter. I'm not interested in the actual story, but the universe thereof. So like I'm not interested in the Harry Potter story, like the books and the movies. Like I could not give less of a fuck. But the world, like the universe of Harry Potter, pretty cool. Pretty fucking cool. But yeah, I don't particularly care for the story. It's there, I guess, but it's not what I'm interested in. Jargon used to play League, right? Where is it sending me this way? I get very turned around with this underground part, so I ain't gonna fuck around. I'm gonna follow the path as much as possible. Where am I going? Down? Because there's like a tunnel that goes inside the tree. And I can never find it. The only time I find it is like accidentally. Is this the... Oh, it is academia. Okay. This mosquito's like eating my leg. 2014? Damn, homie. What? It's showing... I still have to go down? How much downer is it? Even more? This way? I hate it here. It's so confusing. Do y'all recall ever meeting or seeing an NPC from Natlan? No, I don't think so. There was like a leak of a Cheeb supposedly from Natlan, but like... Why is she looking at me? You find it weird, Yoda? How come? It could be a similar situation to like Inazuma, because I don't think we heard anything about Inazuma until Inazuma came out. But it made sense why they were isolated, but... They could have something similar, where it's like, for whatever reason, they're like closed off from the rest of the world. Oh yeah? There's a civil war? Yeah, I would think that there's something going on there, and that's why we haven't like seen anyone or heard anything about it. Because I mean, we've known about Fontaine basically since the beginning, right? Which one is Natlan? It's the Pyro Nation. You're gonna join Electro Clerks.
お前のことじゃなくて、あのガキのことだ。見てなかったのか？あいつ、店にある最後の2つの新鮮な夕暮れの実を取って、そのまま逃げちまったぞ。たくお前、働かせてもらってる身分で、またぼーっとしてたのか？
Imagine this fancy ass looking motherfucker just working as a clerk. Like, bro, that is not appropriate attire for the workplace. It's Scaramucci! What are you talking about, Paimon?
変わってるな。俺んとこに働きに来たくせに金はいらないと言ったのもそうだが、何をやらせてもいろんなものに好奇心が。
Personal space hats. I want a hat like that actually.
別にこっちも利用しようなんて気はないし、払うべき賃金はきちんと払うが、いつまでもそんな感じじゃ、こっちも生産に困るんだよ。
You have a newfound respect for Scara because of all the Scaras that have visited you? Yeah? I don't know, I still don't. He's fun to play, but his personality is fucking awful. Maybe Wanderer will be different.
Mate, この際だからはっきりよ。金を欲しがらない労働者に会ったのはこれが初めてだし、確かにちょっと得しようという気はなくもなかった。だが見てると、お前さんは
How big will your new hat be in meters?
金もいらない、休みもいらない。時間ができたらあたりをほっつき歩き、見て回る。お前さん、放浪でもしてるのか？
Like minimum a meter, I guess. I still want to be able to like walk through doors. So I'd have to tilt my head a bit, I guess, to like get through the door. This is Scara Twink. Hi. Hi, Tian. Did you get him? Why did his name suddenly change to Wanderer? Did I miss him saying his name? Strong neck, yeah. I mean, I'm low to the ground, so shouldn't be too hard to balance. If I was like a tall string bean, maybe it would be a bit hard. But I'm very wide and low to the ground, so I think I'll be fine. Won't get blown away. Tech. Oh, man. Racism? Nani? Do we need to ban? Do we need to ban him? I would do it, but I can't. What the hell is going on? I'm so confused.
これでいいでしょ。あれが残票だってのは分かったけど、オイラたちどうするんだ？あいつから夕暮れの実を奪うとかか？それはちょっとひどくないか？
Your least favorite race is the 200 meter? Yeah? How come?
分かったよ。
Too long for a sprint, not long enough to jog. I guess. Yours is the human race. Oh no. Hey? This shitty little bitch lost his memory? And now we just pretend that he's not an asshole? Okay. Don't really get it, but... Wow, that's convenient. Flies and mosquito. Listen, I've got a mosquito that's like chowing my legs. Kill me now. Ooh. Sorry, Yoda. Enjoyed the lurkies. Mao. Convenient. Hi, Lucy. Are you a cannibal? How you doing, Lulu? Also, Lucy, how's your office doing? Ooh, don't talk to me about KFC, guys. I love KFC. I fucking love that shit, man. Office is nice. Got it basically done. Fridge, freezer, everything. Ah, hell yeah. When stream, Lulu? When stream, though? Wait, are we going back? Is this back in the... Shit, man. Nah, I hate this place. It's so confusing, guys. We're gonna teleport here and see. Are you asking me on a date? Y'all gonna go on a KFC date? Is it down here? Okay, it's getting closer, so yes, it must be. Man, this place is too confusing for me. I have small brain, okay? I need to be able to see where I'm going. We being me and the banana. Wait, KFC for Christmas? I know we're doing gammon. Probably gammon and roast chicken. You have the sound on only? So no spoils? Perfect. You see, this is the benefit of me playing in Japanese, Yoda. You won't know what they're saying. KFC for Christmas, a Japanese tradition? Is it really? Ban Tian. Ban him.
I can't believe Paimon was the Scaraboobs all along.
Paimon is Scaraboobs? Unbelievable. The spoilers in this chat right now. It's a romantic... Oh yeah, I have heard about that. It's not a family thing.
引き取ったのはただのついでだ。大した骨折りでもないし、本に切られる筋合いもない。
しかし僕にはそんなもの。ここでお別れしましょう。町へ連れてきてくれてありがとうございました。
I'm literally not paying attention. I'm editing a video, but I hear something about banning and I'm like... Mao's like, hmm? It's for me?
これでもたくさん人を見てきたが、なんてことはない。
Dumbledore kills Darth Vader? I shouldn't have read that out loud. Huh. I wonder if I'd lose my follow age if Mao banned me. I mean, I wouldn't risk it, to be honest.
さて、待っていてくれてありがとうございました。行きましょう。
Dan would know. Oh my god, that's funny. Maybe there was a... Because there's a bit of a timer, right? Like, you can't just spam the command. Shit, fam! 3 weeks! Oh, whoops! Rest in peace. That's what I get for reading chat while running. Don't do it again. God damn. Follow age is like cleavage. Whoops. But hurt by gravity more? What does that even mean? You can track bans? Yeah, that's just like a... That's just a silly command that we have, Lulu. It's not actual banning. Old as fuck. Damn, crazy mug. I'm pretty sure Crazy Mug is one of my oldest followers. Lucy should be banned more. It's getting weirder. It's because Lucy's here, to be honest.
はい、こちらの方が僕のようなものに合っているかと思いましたので、まるでネナシグサのような名前で。しかし、この二人は僕を知っているようなのです。しかも、他のものは知らない僕の過去まで。
過去というより、説明するのがとても難しいわ。このような言葉を使うのはあまり好きではないのだけど、あなたの状況だと、もしかしたら全勝と呼んだ方がいいのかもしれないわ。
Rookie numbers.
先生みたいな感じか？ええ、昔というにはずっと距離が遠く、あなた自身には全く知り得ない状況のことね。
聞きたいのですが、その
You were a complete chuckle fuck, sir. A waste of oxygen.
そうですか。
Mm-hmm.
わかりました。何か言いたげなのに、それを言うのが忍びない。どうやら、前哨の僕は、とても褒められたようなものではなかったようですね。
Lucy, are you plugging? Are those pluggies? Are there pluggies in the chat? Couldn't be.
真実を教えてください。
そんなに真実が気になるの？
Pluggy wuggies? Oh, let's do a thing. Gosh. Oh my god, that gave me a fright. God damn it. Hi, Viking Pichu! How are you doing? Hi.
じゃあ、はっきり言うわね。前哨でのあなたは
Exit! Okay, bye!
あなたは他者によって死にかけ
Hey yo! Hooded! Scammer! I'm convinced at this point that Hooded actually works for Stream Elements.
あなたは終始さまよい、たとえ居場所や気分を手に入れても立ち止まる理由を見つけられなかった。なぜなら、その時のあなたは
I actually can't believe you've won so many times. Holy shit. You should just gamble it away at the sleuths.
執着という根は時として茎を伝って苦き果実を実らせる。
Need a BRB? No worries, no worries, Lulu. Raffle is rigged? It is. I'm pretty sure you've won everyone that you've entered, Hooded. At this point. I think you have. Oh, there was one that you didn't win?
今聞いた一切を単に正しいか間違いかで判断することは
I was doing something in Genshin when I made that noise because you can hear like the beeping in the background.
時と場所によって決まる。因が果をもたらし、財が重なり、業となる。
真理とはもとよりそういうものよ。
If it survived the culling, I'm not sure if it did.
でも、万象と万物は生まれながらにして複雑であり、こういった対立的な概念だけではっきりとするようなものじゃないわ。
前哨の僕は皆から好かれていなかったよう
Oh man, poor baby. But still, fuck him. Very convenient amnesia there, sir.
しかし、今僕のために真実を取り戻してくれたのは
To make you pay!
敵であった。
こいつってただ敵と全く同じ見た目ってだけの知らない人だろ。全くの無実じゃないとは思うけど、かといって問い詰めることもできない。すごく変な感覚だぞ。
It's because he keeps winning the raffles.
それはすべて真実なのでしょ？
すべて真実。
I wonder if he's gonna win again.
真実の記憶を見せてもいいわ。
はい。この目で直々に見届け。
Damn! Llama's in second place now.
たとえ今のあなたの精神が
Oh, you're the only one who entered, so it makes sense that you won.
形です。逃れられない因果を除いて、僕を動かし、満たすものは何もありません。
Yeah.
なら、あなたの願いを叶えてあげるわ。
Looks like you got... No, I definitely saw it. What do you mean the other people didn't see it?
心配はいりません。たと
Your
え危
boy
険にあっても、
_T on screen. Am I allowed to say the B
僕が受けるべ
word?
きものです。
What is the B word? How would I know?
旅人、私の代わり
The
に
B word.
この声を届けてきてくれたし。
Boy! The B word is boy!
そうだな。お前は今、
Only if you have the world record for the longest. Yeah, boy.
おいらたちがナヒー
Then you may say the B word.
やるぜ。
Your boy _T on screamed boobies.
Boobies.
わかりました。
I prefer the term breasticles, actually.
ありがとう。じゃあ、準備をお願いね。
Anyone know if Pinecone Cookie is good? Yoda, Pinecone Cookie was just released. What do you mean if he's good? How would we know? No, I'm just messing with you. I have no idea. What is this?
Your boy _T on screamed. Wait, I wanna hear it say besticles.
Oh my god, it helps if you spell it correctly, Tian. Breasticles. Like testicles, but with breasts.
稲妻みたいだな。
God. Tell me you haven't seen a boobie without telling me you haven't seen a boobie.
Breasticles.
Tian! Please.
Testicles, breasticles, chesticles.
Thank you. Good God. Tian ain't ever seen a titty in his
あな
life.
たたちのいる空間は、私が
Chat is so sussy today? Nah. Breasticoles. Oh my goodness. Tian, please. You're offended? I'm so sorry to hear that. I'm so sorry that you feel that way. Do you know what you can do about it, Tian? Do you know how you can overcome being offended?
おいらたちも来てよかったぜ。
僕にそこまでしてくれる必要はありません。僕は守るに値する対象ではないんですから。
でもおいらたち、途中でやめるようなことはしないんだ。前はお前が原因で、やるべきことが途中で止まっちゃったからな。
Your boy _T on screamed. Wow, I have seen the tit, the mommy milky.
Why did he skip some of it? Your boy still hasn't had his first kiss. Oh my goodness. The roasts.
放浪者、
Episode 47, we held hands for the first
代
time.
表を安置した場所。借景の館よ。
Oh my god.
あなたの前哨は、
You want your channel points back? Sorry, homie. Brian actually doesn't give a fuck about your message. You can take it up with Brian.
そうとも言えるわね。理由はすぐにわかるわ。
足音がするようです。
崩れた岩の後ろに
Ashi,
こんな
the
大きな
feet.
空間があったなんてな。まさか消化骨髄を採掘していた体が残したのか。
He actually did that pretty well. I'm stunned. I'm speechless. I have no words. You and Brian have a history? Yeah, you do. Is Brian the channel point holder? No, Brian is the TTS guy. We don't have Gamba. We have Sloots, though. For all the Sloots in chat. It keeps getting frozen? Oh, it's because I don't have a light on. So it can't actually track my movements. Let me... Just a moment. You see it's tracking now? It's because I turned my light on, my flash on my phone. But let me get my ring light and turn that on. I just don't know where I left it. I'll be right back.
Your boy _Tion screamed, Brian, you single. Do you boobs?
Do you boobs? Do you boob? Okay, not us sitting in dead silence because I had to go and sort out the light thing. But anyway. Should be fine now. But now I need to catch up with chat. What did I miss? Do you have the boobs? Having no light is bad for your eyes. Yeah, but it's load shedding. What do you want from me, sir? Brian is very confused. Do you boobs? Do you wear wigs? Have you worn wigs? Will you wear wigs? Also, if you guys want to do sloots, you make like so. Sloots. Ayo. Losing Ray's channel points. Oopsie. Let's continue.
内部の作りは完璧で保存状態もいい。普通の人間にできることではない。どうしてこんなところに人が倒れてるんだ。
君は
喋れるのか。どうしたんだ。怪我をしてここから出られないのか。いや、怪我はないな。それにこの身分の高そうな服、一体何者なんだ。
この男は桂木といってトラチオの養子である三越長政の助手だったの。彼は借景の館に残されていた残票を見つけタタラスナに運んだんだわ。
What is this Oki doing with his shoulder? Like, why is he rolling it like that? Who breathes like that? He's literally just there. He's just standing and his shoulder is rolling like that.
それによってその後のすべてが起こったんだよな。
Oh my god.
改ざんされていない記録の中では桂木は長政に殺されたわ。
外に連れてってやる。仲間が近くにいるんだ。もう少しだけ耐えてくれ。
Stupid.
タタラスナ事件において責任者であった庭は
The blue stuff is toxic? え？
殺害され、当時歌舞伎者と称されていた残票は行方不明となった。そして三越長政は2番目の責任者として責任を負う必要があったの。桂木はかつて長政に助けられたことで長政に忠実を誓っていた。 そんな葛城の揺るがない決意により、長政に自分を殺させ、タタラスナ事件の幕を閉じさせたの。葛城って人、いい人だったんだな。
Ah, yes.
彼は
Down.
無人のようですが、慈愛に満ちた顔立ちです。どうして彼は幸福な最後を。
Did you guys see my cookie's health?
この衣を崩れた洞窟で見つけました。
Oh?
自分の名前も覚えていないようです。名前がないと困るだろうに。先ほど外の作業員がお前を指して歌舞伎者なんて呼んでたが。
構わない。それでいい。
桂木、こっちに仲間が。
Oh, hello.
庭様に報告してきてくれ。
I'll take them, Primos. Please let your cookie eat something. Poor girl is starving. No, she's fine like this. I think she's okay. What was the point of that other room? I'm so confused. Woo! Whoops. She'll be fine. Whoa? What was that? Floating green bikini in the sky.
A woo jump scare.
Yoda. That was the least enthusiastic jump scare. Awoo.
君と同じで僕も捨てられたんだ。当時僕はここに住んでた。いい場所でもないからここに引っ越してくることはないよ。
うん。聞いたんだけど、僕のお父さんとお母さんは二人とも刀を撃ってたんだよ。
Oh no.
でも工場の管理人さんが亡くなって、お父さんも病で倒れて。
I can bet you anything that when that child coughed, they coughed with their mouth completely open and aimed towards us. Because that's how children cough. They don't cover their mouth. Oh, your mom started coughing as well?
でも君はそうなってはならない。
僕たちはもう家族だからずっと一緒だよ。
Oh man.
この子には名前がない。というより、残氷も彼の名前を知らなかった。
Gross. That's how kids cough, man. If you haven't spent any time around small children, that's literally how they cough. Like, it's like they were created to spread disease because of the way that they cough. Turrets of disease. Exactly. Like those little flamethrower turrets. Yeah, that's exactly what kids are like. They just cough out this, like, in video games it would be like this green cloud.
彼と約束を交わして一緒に暮らした。その子供って最後は幼くして病で亡くなったわ。ある日、残氷が家に帰ると彼が息を引き取っていることに気づいたの。
おい、一体どうしたんだ。返事をしろ。家族のように一緒に暮らすと。
Chicken wing, hot dog and bologna, chicken and macaroni, chilling with the homies. Chicken wing, hot dog and bologna, chicken and macaroni, chilling with the homies. Welcome, homies. Hey, chicken and macaroni, Chilling with the homies. Welcome, welcome, Mama Eve and all the peoples. How's everybody doing? How was your stream, Mama Eve? What were you up to tonight? Did you have fun? But yes, welcome, welcome, readers. You don't have a chicken wing anymore? Now you oh, he's all grown up now. He's a big boy now. No more itty bitty chicken wing. It's the whole roast. I mean, what? Screamed a bit. What is Hunt? Oh, Chicken Wing was released? Oh, Chicken Wing was the... Was it a Duckop or Lapwing or something? I can't remember now. Chicken Wing was other birdie. Ah. I see, I see. And how's the roast doing? Has he been a good boy? Oh. Oh, Jesus Lord. Have mercy. That gave me such a fright. I literally jumped. And the floating green bikinis again. Hello. He's a menace to society. Does he steal things? Whoop! Ah! My little bean sprout was stuck. Ooh, I'll take that. You gotta raid and run? Of course, run. Go do your things. Go boil the kettle or turn your things off. Get out of here. Thank you again so much for the raid, Mama Eve. We all know that post-stream rush that you have to do. Go get all your shit sorted.
Your boy _T unscreamed. What is the floating green portal looking bag Heiner?
Your spelling, Tian. Truly questionable. Ah, thank you so much, Mama Eve. You sweet bean. Lots of love. All the love back to Mama Eve.
改ざんされていない記録の中では、旅人はかつてこの地で残氷にあったわ。嫌な感じだ。見覚えがあるぜ。
Is Paimon just lying to us?
おい、あっちを見ろ。
つまり親愛なる宿女さん。
It's Scaramucci.
子供とこの工場を僕に託してくださるということか。
もうあんたの手下なのよ。下げすんで何かいいことがあるのかしら。それともアビスで戦う方が有意義だったかしら。まあもちろん博士の実験体になるよりつまらないのは認めるわ。
本当によく舌が回るようだね。
Your boy _T unscreamed Painman for real. Oh mommy senora.
Oh man, someone take his channel points away.
これからの任務に向けて少し気持ちの持ちようを変えることをおすすめするよ。
言われなくてもこれから何があるかくらい知ってるわよ。
そうかな。あえてもう一言だけ言っておこう。自分が
Hehehe. She let her ego get in the way.
ましてや感情に任せて物事を処理するなんてもってのほかだ。
あら、私を心配してくれているのかしら。
Your moonies? Your hard-earned moonies?
まさか君が僕の足手まといにならないことを願ってるだけさ。君の他人に迷惑をかける能力は公私といい勝負だからね。
私はただこの混乱した国に火をつけてあげてるだけよ。あんただって
Fighting Sonora was so hard. Yeah, her fight is very annoying. It's mostly, for me, I hate the fight because she moves around so much.
稲妻にいたあの時、投稿を何人も殺したんでしょ。雷電五家伝の末裔もさぞかし苦しんだんでしょうね。あらあら、その表情。過去を追想するのはやめた方がいいわよ。そろそろそのかわいそうな舌をしまって毒を吐くのをやめてちょうだい。
You okay there, Yoda?
それじゃ
You trying to jump scare yourself?
祝賀会でお会いしましょう。
かわいそうな舌だって体中に火のついた女の分際でよくも僕にそんなことが言えるな。まあいい。誰かがここを見つけるのも時間の問題だ。
Half the time you were freezing and the other half you were burning. Okay, fair enough. I don't like the fight because of how much she moves.
陰謀はことここに至ってもまだ断ち切られていないわ。引き続き次の話を体験するけど、放浪者まだ耐えられるかしら。
はい。心配はいりません。
どうして黙って私を見てるのかしら。もっと人に好かれるように振る舞おうとか思わないわけ？
僕の義務は君に好かれることじゃない。それに君の目には最初から利益と結果以外のものなんてないだろう。
Oh man, that's funny. I couldn't believe that she got knocked up. So my brain just wasn't working.
君と接しているとまるで烈焰と交友している気分になる。だけどお互い殺し合う。
Oh man.
スメールに着いたみたいだ。お、あれって。
正論派の賢者ナフィスが本計画への加入を断ったことにより、私が彼に代わってこの実験に参加することになりました。
Whoa. You are still here? Are you sure, Tian?
いつから始めるんだ？
もう待ち遠しくて仕方がないようだな。先に言っておくが、神になるというのは決して容易なことではない。
You're not? Okay, I mean, that's fair.
時間がかかる。私も早めに開始することをお勧めしよう。それに、連結に成功した後、彼の体は機体と完全に紐付けされ、単独行動ができなくなる。
そんなことはこれまでにも十分経験してきた。そうだろ、博士。
Scaraboob's Japanese voice. Yeah, it is pretty good. But it makes me hate him. He sounds like so fucking smug, but I guess it suits him.
だがあの日々があってからというもの、お前は命令通りいつ何時もアビスの中にこもるようになってしまった。
その真面目ぶった口の聞き方、狂った実験にしか興味ないってバレないようにしてるつもりかい？
私と話をするときはもっと言葉遣いに気をつけた方がいい、スカラマシュ。
スカラマシュ。
確かにお前は役に立つが、だからといってお前が不滅だということにはならない。
Today's a lekker day for Jin Hei. Marbrew, we must get swole. I got Marpre whacked out. I'm boomed for the Joel. Me and Marbinet are gonna get sloshed. Hey. Nailekama China.
Nailaka Machana. Oh my god.
Your boy underscore Tion screamed, wait, I can't say fucking twink, wait.
What?
あの者からはとても深い邪悪の気配がします。
あいつを見たら嫌な感じがするのは当然のことだぞ。
The bejeebers. Also, why can't I see Tian's thing in chat, but Brian still read it? I'm so confused. I guess because he doesn't have any moderation on him. Because he's a cuck. Who did?
僕が悪であると思いますか？
あれらがあなたであると認めるなら、悪であるということになるでしょうね。
あなたが思うに、人と人形に違いはあるのでしょうか？
あなたにとっての全小や多少の自分は、あなたと何か違いはある？もしもないとしたら、人と人形だって何も違いはないと思わないかしら。
Goodbye.
人の世の霊断に耐え、喜怒哀楽を味わう者は人である。そして、生老病死を憎み、愛し、泣き、怒る者も同じく人よ。
僕は十分に多くの過去を見ました。もし可能ならば、僕が背負うはずだったあれらの罪を取り戻したいと思います。どんな結果になろうと、僕に課せられた非難と制裁から逃れるつもりはありません。これは当然の報い、受けるべきものです。その記憶を僕に渡してくれませんか？
Oh shit.
でもそれじゃあお前は今の身分を失うってことだろう。
僕は常々人という生命個体はある法則に従ってなると思っています。それは僕は人形として世に生まれましたが、同じ法則を背負っています。
記憶を取り戻すことは、あなたを完全に全小の位置に戻すことを意味するわ。
Your boy underscore Tion screamed hashtag justice for Tion, hashtag justice for the twunk.
The twunk. Oh man.
本当にいいのね。
もとよりこの胸に焼いた穴と共に生きてきました。人形を想像した者は僕を必要としなかった。それからあなたたちに出会って気づいたのです。この失われた罪こそ、あるいは僕が僕に
I'm gonna put you in the trunk of my car if you're not careful.
僕は生まれながらにして他者より願いを抱きやすく、修験者となっても徹底的に悟ることはできませんでした。どうやらそれこそ僕が自らに招いた呪いなのでしょう。だからお願いです。宿命を変える意味を僕に与え、僕の放浪を終わらせてください。
わかったわ。すでに決心したのなら、これらをあなたへ返すわ。
Uh-oh. You outies frag, sweetest dreams. Thank you for chilling with us. Have a lovely, lovely weekend.
人形どうしてここにこれはお主も人間だと思うでござるよ。
お揃いでしたか。
いい刀だ。本当に嬉しく思うよ。
これは僕の
大丈夫なんだよな。価値のないものは残されない。だからこそここで終わるわけにはいかないんだ。
You wanna smash the robot? No, bruh. Tragic backstory acquired. Oh? Ah.
無力なボンシューメ。
This has got to be the most boring fight.
虫けらが。君は居場所を失う。
Alright, Yoda's just listening. Oh shit, that was a mistake. Ah! Uh-oh. Can I avoid it up here? Only for so long, I guess. How the fuck am I supposed to defeat this thing? Or is it just a case of Jesus Christ on a stick? Hot dog and bologna, chicken and macaroni, chilling with the homies. Chicken wing, hot dog and bologna, chicken and macaroni, chilling with the homies. Welcome, homies! Hey! Chicken and macaroni, chilling with the homies. Sorry, you came at an interesting time when I was raging about something. Welcome, welcome. I am just fighting a boss at the moment, so my responses will probably be a little bit slow. But yeah, thank you for the raid, Shanksu. How was your stream? Were you playing the Zambi game again? I will look at chat in a moment. I just don't know how to fight this guy. With one character? This is painful at best. What? I just want this boyki to stay alive. Oh! Jesus! Lord! Have mercy. Oh, he's got his signature weapon even. Fucking fancy as shit, man. Ooh, okay, that was pretty good. Take it to 0 HP and you win? Thanks. But yeah, thank you so much for the raid there, Shanks. I hope you had a good stream. That is a big raid, it is. Goddamn. Sheesh. And Alex, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the posse. Sorry, I just had to whack that guy. Are you backseating? Oh, you should feel bad. You shall keep your hints to yourself. Okay. You haven't seen a lot of Genshin before? It looks great. Listen here. I've said this to people before. Don't ask me if you should play Genshin because my answer is going to be absolutely yes. And there's many reasons as to why you should play this game. The people that know me know my sales pitch for this game. Pluggies, yeah, I'll plug this game all day, every day. I have mad love for this game, and it's not only in Japanese. So if you're not keen on that, you know, you can play it in English as well. The story is very interesting. This is kind of like spoilers, but like, this game is good. This game is really good. I don't know if you guys want the sales pitch. Ugh, this guy. He used to be soft baby and now he's gone back to being an asshole, so that's great. Let's fucking go, mate. Let's take this outside. I'm gonna whip your ass. Scaramucci. More like Scaraducci. Give the sales pitch. It's kind of hard to do when I'm like stuck in 20 years of cutscenes. But basically, this game has got a very interesting story. And I feel gobsmacked every time they release like new like main story content. Speaking of content, there's almost always new content. There is always something to do. Very seldom there's a dull moment. But yeah, it's difficult while we've got like spoilers going on in the background. We need more members for our community. Yes, definitely. Gotta get some dinner. No worries, Shanks. Thank you again so much for the raid. Yeah, go. It's 10 o'clock at night. Go get some dinner, so please. The only dull moments are with commissions. I would say the only dull moment we've had in Genshin was like, remember when they couldn't update the game because of COVID? Like, that's literally the only time when there wasn't new content. They always have something for you. They have new story, new places to explore, there's events. There's always something, right? And I feel like they kind of, like, in a way, they listen to their fan base. Like, people love, what's that other event, the Wind Trace, the hide and seek one? I personally don't enjoy it, but people fucking love that event, and they keep bringing it back because the people love it. So, like, in a way, they definitely listen to their player base, which is nice. Until you hit AR-55, we don't talk about AR-55. Oh, the power just came back. Thank the Pope. Oh, it went off again? Okay, never mind. Cool, well. I might have to end stream soonish. Because if the power doesn't actually come back, I don't know how much longer my inverter will survive. Sushi! Hello! How are you doing, my friend? Why are you awake so late? You better be sleeping, getting good sleep, and eating well, my friend. One day they'll listen to their player base asking for more diversity. Yeah, we can remain hopeful. It's been 5 messages. I'm sorry. I don't have electricity at the moment, Sushi. So I'm like sitting in the dark, trying to read chat on my phone, which means I see like 3 lines. It's 9? Oh, I guess. I mean, it's only 10 p.m. for me, so... I guess it's okay. Peanuts! Smooth like butter, like a criminal undercover. Hey! Boy! Peanuts! Okay, let me make sure that I just spell your name correctly. That's cray-cray! Thank you, friend! Oh wait, I just tried to do it on... Oh, guys, I don't have permission to do it on this account. But also, the electricity has not come back. So... You've been saving? Oh, thank you so much, Peanut. That's really special. I will give you VIP, like, as soon as I can. I just can't at the moment. Actually, hold on, wait. I can just do it in OBS, right? Let me just, like so. Spell the name correctly. Ayo! Thank you. Thank you so much, Peanut. I really appreciate that. That's really special. It means you've spent a hell of a long time in my chat, which I do already know because you were part of the recap thing, yo. You're at 7k now? Damn! Like, just under 10% of the way. You got this, homie. Look at that shiny diamond. Thank you, Peanuts. Alright. I don't know how much longer I can stream, like I said, but I'll try and finish this story. Welcome. Welcome to the VIPs, yo. That's some poggy woggies, yo. Hopefully no inflation. Nah, it's gonna stay that. It's gonna stay funny number. I thought about making it more expensive over time, but then I was like, nah, funny number is good. Also, if you play this game in Chinese, the lip movement actually syncs up with the speaking, like the voice. Which it doesn't for the other languages, understandably, because this is a Chinese game. Ah, Peanuts! Thank you so much for all of your support, friend. That's really cool. Name him Bob? No, you name yours Bob. The heck? Christopher! You can't even spell Christopher, Tian. My god. Imagine. Yours is Scaratwink. Not Scaraboobs. That's embarrassing. Sorry to hear that, Tian. You're gonna name him Tian? It would be funny, actually, if you did do that, Joker. I wonder if Scaraboobs will go against terms of use. I think Scaraboobs is actually allowed. I think people have named him Scaraboobs. I wanna punch his smug little face. Ugh.
僕は物事を見る角度が少し違うのさ。まあ僕も全部が全部打算だとは思ってないよ。君のその知恵が優れた助っ人を持つことを定めたんだからね。
そう思ってくれてよかったわ。旅人、これから私は世界中に深く隠された秘密をより一層研究し発掘しようと思うの。もちろん世界中に記録されたあなたの血縁者の旅の始まりもね。その
Whoops.
旅人、僕が世界中の情報の激流に飛び込んだ後、どうして稲妻に行った？だから彼らに変わった後の運命を尋ねたのか。何はともあれ助けてもらったわけだし、この恩は全力を尽くして返そう。個体と個体の間には借りとそれを返すだけの関係しかないん
You?
だ。
That sounds like a fucking threat, mate.
人と人との関係は決して簡単に白紙に戻せるようなものではないの。あなたもきっと感じたことがある。
Not this scara boobs
あなたの
threatening
人生に
me.
現れた人は水滴が蒸発するように消えはしない。この世には本当に貸し借りのない関係なんてないのよ。取り返しのつかないことや変えられないことがあるからこそ、人の世には感情が芽吹くの。あなたの感じるものはすべて真実であって、あなたの犯した過ちが補われることはない。亀裂を背負ったまま生きていくのが人間というものよ。
心臓のない人間なんていないだろ。それに僕はとっくに人間になろうなんて考えるのはやめてるんだ。
あなたは心臓がなくても苦痛を理解することができる。あなたはただ感情を封じ込めているだけよ。
Typical anemo characters.
けれど、あなたは引き続き歩むことができる。未来という線が十分に長いのであれば、過去は相対的にごく短い区間に過ぎないわ。
どうやら僕をどうするべきかもう考えてあるようだね。
いろんなことが混ざって難しい話になってるけど、一番重要なのはナヒーダについていった方がいいってことだな。じゃないとオイラたちもなんでここまでしたのかわからなくなっちゃうぞ。
I haven't seen that mosquito again since I turned the light on, so hopefully it's gone.
だったら君たちと共にいるとしよう。
Oh?
暗闇からの助力としてね。
Oh yeah?
私たちの提案を受け入れてくれて嬉しいわ。お祝いとして自分に新しい名前でもつけてみるのはどう？早く早く、おいらもお前にひっどいあだ名をつけてやる。
なんだって？
だっておいらお前のことあんまり好きじゃないし。
なら今後はあまり会わない方がいいかもね。
名前は人生で最初の贈り物。はっきりとは言わなかったけど、あなたがそう考えていることは知っているわ。今回は彼女とパイモンがいろいろと手助けしてくれたし。
What do you mean ask them for ideas? I literally have a name.
彼女たちの意見を聞いてみるといいわ。
The moment I found out we could choose a name for this boy, I sat and thought about it. And it's a really simple name, but I'm gonna roll with it.
そんな名前は無理だぞ。お前に任せるぜ。
思いついたかい？
There is a limit on the number of times you can rename his characters, so Do so with care. I wonder how many people actually did it with care. Spicy. No being spicy. Very simply. Because so we have Raiden, right? Raiden is Raijin, the same as Fujin. Futen is the counterpart to Raiden. It's very simple, but I'm gonna go with it because that's literally what his character is based on, right? It's the counterpart for Raiden. So Futen literally means wind god. So it's simple, but it works. I'm not gonna go for a meme name because if I ever do have him as a character, I don't want to be having scaraboobs in my party. Not Putin! Putin, these nuts in your mouth. Oh my god. Candace dick fit in your mouth. Ayo! Hi. I literally, I'm not putting any more thought than I have already put into it. That is where it ends. The thought was had in the moment I found that you could name him, and then I was like, okay, I'm done. I've seen a lot of really good names though. Like people have put a lot of thought into it. I've been seeing names in all kinds of languages, which I think is beautiful. So that their language can be represented in the game, but that is all I care about. Oh, shush you. His nickname is Hoo Hoo.
ゆっくり考えるといいよ。思いつくまでは僕たちはしばらく会わなくて済む。僕を不幸に陥れた者たちにはいつか代価を払ってもらうさ。
ファリュイのことか？
少なくとも博士はね。
博士。
Underscore on screen Futen. Nah Putin these nuts in your mouth.
Oh my goodness. Tian, you interesting character. Can this cutscene end so I can so I can end? How much longer do I have to suffer? Call him motherless? Oh my goodness. Ah, もう一つ。
今の稲妻にはまだライデン五家伝の末裔が少しいたね。彼らの中には僕とライデン五家伝の関係を知っている。いや、僕はしばらくスメールを離れるつもりはない。もしも君が稲妻で彼らを見かけたら。
4.5? Has it been?
僕こそが。
I'm supposed to do 6-hour streams, Tian, but my power came back and went off again, so Miss Growl, rest. Is that your way of telling me to stop streaming? Like, wow. Imagine streaming like a streamer. Yeah, Tian, jeez. It's my full-time job now, Tian. Is that a personal attack, Tian? You should fight him. Fuck around and find out, Tian. Go fight Jargon. Ayo! Peanuts!
Dalek Peanut screamed.
Peanuts!
10 biddies.
Thank you! Thank you for the beaties! Peanuts. Really? Full time now? Yeah. Been full time for a little while. Cause I lost my job last month or something? I can't remember.
最近の出来事は彼にとっていきなり一生。おう、そうだな。あいつは相変わらずあいつだけど。
Your boy underscore Tion streamed at jargon 1674. You sound like my mom.
Please release me from this cutscene. I really need to go. Fuck. I am your mom. Go to your room. Oh my god. Jargon was Tian's mom all along. Oh my... Please, give me peace. Sorry guys, I actually like really need to go. I think my inverter is crying. Please, Genshin. Give me peace, man. Let me click through it, you bastard! Oh, thank the Pope. Okay, guys. We need to run. Yeah, we need to run because, like I said, my inverter has started crying and we don't want it to cry, right? So we're gonna raid and run. I don't like doing this, but I do need to do it because my inverter is like crying in pain. Alright, let me just go find the people quick. Let's see. But yeah, thank you. Thank you for tonight, guys. Let's see. Alright, I think we can go. Let's go to a place that we haven't been in a while. However, I can't stay for the raid. But please do take all of the love in your hearts. We're going to Kira. Y'all know I love Kira. So take all the love in your hearts to Kira. And if someone can just let Kira know that I have to run. But yes, everybody, thank you. Please take care. I'll see you guys soon-ish. Not really, because I'm not streaming next week, because I'm going away on holiday. But I'll chat with you guys on the Discord about that. Bye. I will see you next time. Bye.